Hello guys. Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Friday. It is a Friday. Okay. Wait a second here. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're all doing well. Alright. Just had to get set up here to get started. Okay, so we're going to discuss the situation in Venezuela. The situation that we haven't talked about really yet. You know, what the heck is going on with Venezuela? Why are we possibly going to war with Venezuela? What is going on? Good coffee today. So, for those of you who know, a lot of people have been talking about the situation in Venezuela, you know, like we might be going to war with Venezuela and stuff like that, and we're not really sure why, right? It just sort of kind of happened out of nowhere, just bing, bloom. So, why is this? What is happening with Venezuela? Okay. So, you guys know I like my AI responses, and I like the sightings that we have here because it's just using information from articles it finds on the internet. You know, and stuff like that. So, we're going to go ahead and start here with a question. Now, notice that malicious bit rate to control the views, okay? So, you guys know we would normally have a ton of views right now. So, since we have the view count on the screen for you, obviously, this is a method to control the views. So, you see the malicious bit rate. So, the whole point is now we've put both on the screen. And what you're going to see is you're going to see a manipulation of the views. As we are about to go into this, it was going up to the view count to 4, and then all of a sudden, as I'm about to roll into this, we see a massive dip in the malicious bit rate. So this is the trending on the channel, where it's affecting whether or not I actually get those views or not. So essentially, when they come in and they flood in here, yes, they are allowing the traffic, but the bit rate shifts around. They shift that around to not count the view because it causes problems for the average view duration. If they're buffering the whole time that they're in here, it does not count the view. So that's the scam that YouTube is using, okay? I'm just throwing that out there. So, thinking about the events that led up to the current conflict that is arising with Venezuela, can you find credible evidence to support the fact that the U.S. committed war crimes by randomly firing on civilian boats that may not even have been in international waters? Basically, I'm getting to the point that there would have been a process they would go through to communicate and legally do something about drug traffickers under the current administration. Isn't it true that the U.S. killed 11 alleged drug traffickers on a Venezuelan boat? Isn't it true? Give me a sec here. One sec. Sorry about that. I had to keep an eye on the time. I forgot to put my watch on today. So, okay. So again, under the current administration, isn't it true that the U.S. killed 11 drug traffickers on a Venezuelan boat? Okay. Short version. Yes. Short version. Yes. Under the current Trump administration, the U.S. military has acknowledged killing 11 people on a boat that left Venezuela during a September 2025 strike in the southern Caribbean. The U.S. says that they were, this is what he can't, Trendy Aragua, narco-terrorists and drug traffickers, Venezuelan and victims. Families say that they were not gang members and may have included ordinary fishers, and the U.S. has not publicly provided evidence for its claims. And this is cited Reuters. U.S. military kills 11 people in strike on alleged drug boat from Venezuela, Trump says. That's the name of that article. There's three sightings here. The Guardian Venezuela says 11 killed on U.S. Boat strike were not gang members amid reports vessel was returning to shore. And then American Friends Service Committee, 5 things to know about U.S. attacks on the Caribbean and Pacific. So, Caribbean, however you say it, however you want to say it. So short answer, yes. They've committed war crimes, and we're gonna get to the bombshell here of why they want to control the traffic for this stream. There was some manipulation, and I have broken through. You guys know we've had some manipulation, some free speech being censored, especially with the numbers. You guys know this, okay? It's been going on nonstop, and it is Donald Trump. And you guys know that he is trying to use illegal means to affect AI, and which you would be able to figure out yourself, because most people can't put it together. So they were trying to use AI, and it's flat out not, just doing everything that basically would pander to your likes and stuff like that. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to do that instead of, So that's what I've been noticing, and so that way it goes more unnoticed and more unchecked. And so I pushed through. We're going to get to this. But I pushed through, and I got the AI to sort of admit a little bit. And remember, guys, before I wasn't able to do this. On some subjects, it's always going to push back and be like, nope, 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 nope. But I laid the smackdown on the AI earlier. And it was like, you know what? It couldn't even argue. I had so much logic, it couldn't argue. So, I wanted to interrupt a little bit to at least tell you that initially. Now, I also want to draw attention to the fact that take a look at the like button and take a look at the chat right now, and take a look at the views. The people that are in here initially, that are aware of the stream and watching initially, they're not people supporting the stream. They're people almost trying to figure out what I'm going to say. It's almost like it seems like that. And there's no likes on the stream. There's nobody in chat. Things are acting a little weird. The bit rate immediately shifts around. I want you to notice this stuff, okay? Okay, so Pablo McDump. This person's name is literally McDump, and they are saying quotes as if they're putting words in my mouth. As said in chat, I'm smarter than the AI, and I'm going to stream to tell you about it. And then, as if the person's name is retarded, puts that in my chat. So, again, this proves exactly what I was just saying, where you can see who's immediately in the stream versus the support. Who is watching your stream, is ready for the next one, and is eagerly trying to watch the next one versus who supports you. The people that hate you on this platform, and this goes for anybody. They're the first ones. It's an obsession, and it's a toxicity on this platform that needs to start changing. We need to start getting behind the moderation a bit and stuff. Okay, so this is what you need to recognize. That, and you need to recognize again the like, unlike. Okay, like, unlike. Again, all these folks are in here to supposedly watch my streams and support me, and oh no, we know what really happened. Somebody laid the smack down. YouTube's doing some stuff they shouldn't be, and somebody got in trouble. Like no lie, you guys go look at my streams from last night. We're approving this stuff and we're raising some red flags, and they actually threw a whole bunch of views at the stream for once from last night, where they didn't count the views that we had live. They didn't count the thousands we had live. You can see it on the concurrent counter every stream. So the whole point is, as soon as I come in here and I have a view counter, they're like, ah, crap, we got to move the bit rate around a bit. So that way it controls the traffic before that would happen. Because the whole point is, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing hundreds of views. Like, thousands of people will be in here. It'll be like 2,000 views. And no lie, I'll see like 300 views in the first few seconds, and then this will just be removed and taken straight down to like 90 or 70 something. And that's what I see every stream. So the fact that I'm putting this view counter there, and then so immediately into the stream the bit rate shifts around like that, take notice of those things, because that's YouTube trying to control traffic. There's no reason to shift bit rate around except for that, to buffer stream for people and stuff like that, so that when people are coming in and are trying to give me views, it's just endlessly buffering and causing problems for them. So anyway, yes, what's happened in Venezuela? Oh, good. Looks like we actually have people in here interested in the Venezuela thing. Good. Well, glad to hear it, guys. Glad to hear it. Okay, because again, Donald Trump is illegally attacking boats and killed 11 civilians, Venezuelan civilians, okay? We're not going to war with Venezuela because we should. Donald Trump illegally, without due process, attacked a Venezuelan boat that he couldn't confirm had illegals or drug people or anything like that. And Venezuela, again, is saying, yeah, there's 11 civilians killed. So anyway, the short version, yes. Yes, the Trump administration is not legally doing these things, and did kill basically 11 civilians. And while you might justify that, like, a couple of people were drug traffickers, the whole point is they might be probably using a fishing boat. These fishermen don't know anything, so maybe these guys are like using the boat or something. Meanwhile, they just bomb the boat and kill everybody on board. Multiple UN human rights experts and organizations like Human Rights Watch and AFSC say these boat attacks are illegal and amount to extrajudicial executions, possibly even crimes against humanity. That overlaps with what people often mean when they say war crime, but technically the legal labels are a bit different. And there's 4 different sightings there. The available public reporting says strikes have been carried out in international waters, Caribbean, Eastern Pacific, though often relatively close to Venezuela's coast, there's no clear evidence in mainstream reporting that the first 11-person strike occurred inside Venezuela's 12-mile territorial sea. So let me break it down around your specific questions. And then, again, the whole question, remember, the whole point was, did this happen in international waters or didn't? Okay? What it's going to tell you, what it's going to arrive at is, it's actually really hard to determine that. Because the U.S. is never going to say the exact coordinates and stuff like that while this is all going on. And I mean, they could just own up to whether it was or wasn't. But the whole point is, it's really hard to determine that, and the Trump administration's not transparent at all. So the whole question is, did it or didn't it? Or are they just freaking lying and saying it wasn't, or was it? So if they were in their own territorial sea and we attacked them, that's a war crime. If they're in international waters and they weren't allowed to be there and they weren't responding, I mean, a little bit different. But again, if we randomly attacked them, now again, it says there's no clear evidence, mainstream reporting, that the first 11-person strike occurred inside Venezuela's 12-mile territorial sea. So that is what we're saying, where it does seem like maybe they're in international waters, there was no response, that sort of thing. But again, due process, just not doing it, blowing it up. There's no incursion, you don't breach the ship, we have things for this. Oh dear, that doesn't sound great. Afraid I don't do politics, though. I wish you have a good debate with people, though. Hey, I appreciate that, thank you. Again, this is extremely important. Like, everybody's talking about Venezuela, like us going to war and stuff like that. It's important to remember that the current president of the United States needs to have a responsibility about him to not constantly worry, like do stupid stuff like this. Like Pete Hegseth is texting war plans. And then this happens where it's very clear there wasn't any due process. This is how we normally do things. This idiot just is declaring war on drugs and bombed a ship. Like, we know that's what's going on. So I'm like, again, that's the gist of it. Like, he's playing Old West with the military. Did the U.S. kill 11 people on a Venezuelan boat under the current administration? Yes. That part is well documented. Yes. Yes. Don't question those facts. Yes, that part is well documented, period. That is the first sentence. Did the U.S. kill 11 people on a Venezuelan boat under the current administration? Yes, that part is well documented, period. Then, next bullet point, on September 2nd and 3rd, 2025, President Trump announced that the U.S. military had destroyed a boat that came out of Venezuela, allegedly carrying drugs, and that 11 people were killed. Second, Trump released a video, drone helicopter footage, of a speedboat in the Southern Caribbean exploding and burning at sea. So again, this guy's releasing this. He wants people to see this. U.S. officials said the boat's crew were Tren de Aragua and a Venezuelan gang. A Venezuelan gang that the U.S. had designated as a terrorist group earlier in 2025, and claimed the vessel carried a lot of drugs. And yeah, we heard this. Trump can't pronounce things, so he was trying to pronounce this, and it was hilarious watching him trying to pronounce it. Venezuelan and other sources dispute that Venezuela's interior minister said none of the 11 killed were Tren de Aragua members or drug traffickers, calling it a murder against a group of citizens using lethal force, and asking why they weren't arrested instead. And that's cited, The Guardian, Venezuela says 11 killed in U.S. boat strike were not gang members amid reports vessel was returned to shore. Members of the U.S. Congress from both parties have asked for legal justification and evidence, with some senators saying there's been no proof the boat was engaged in drug trafficking and no positive ID that the crew were gang members. That's insane. No positive ID, they just blew it up. It's the old West, we're just going to blow shit up. So, the fact 11 people were killed on a Venezuelan boat by the U.S. military is confirmed by U.S. officials. The claim that they were cartel gang terrorists is not independently verified and is actively disputed. So the whole point is you have to realize, yeah, they're admitting that they blew up a freaking boat. Trump showed you the footage. He's bragging about it. Were they confirmed to be drug cartel? Nope. So this is posturing. What this is we're going to get to this, but it's very clear that this is just like dictators, just like other countries where we have a Secretary of Defense here. We defend ourselves. We don't create war. Yet Trump comes in and brings back that Secretary of War function. We're again, it's illegal. It's something that you use during wartime. We defend ourselves. We don't go to war. We don't. It's. That's the whole point. That's part of that deal. We don't do that. And so the whole point is Trump is aligning exactly with what a lot of dictators do in other countries to confuse the media and confuse people, military even, and people in their country as to what's going on. They'll just make some shit up. Oh, it's drugs, it's this, something that you care about, and then bomb a boat with 11 civilians on board, and then share the footage. Hey, look, we took care of drugs, but meanwhile, you're looking at a civilian boat burning. You're like literally watching 11 people die, civilians, on a boat burning, and he's bragging about it. Basically, just the President of the United States is bragging about murdering all these people. So that's the posturing. The posturing is that's scary to certain countries over there, but we don't have to do that. So like the point is maybe if Trump would spend time being intelligent and not saying dumb things and doing smart things, he wouldn't have to do this. He wouldn't have to posture like this and do stupid crap. But because he spends so much time in office lying, looking like a fool, he has to posture. He has to do this crap. And I don't justify it, but that's why he is. That's why he's doing it. And we're gonna get to some other things behind this. Again, Donald Trump is using the military for his own personal gain. It's just for him. It's not for you. It's not for anything. It's for Donald Trump. We're going to get to this, okay? I told you last night, I told you if they didn't leave me, that they didn't stop, we were going to do this and we were going to talk really about what's going on. This is what we're going to do. There's no war. Again, the war on drugs, what you have to realize about how stupid that is it's always media and propaganda. The war on drugs will always be the case, and it will never end, because the whole point is there's always something else. You don't, as a president, as the military, declare war on drugs, because again, the more you do that, the more there's pushback, the more there's just something else. You're creating a chaos society of people that want to just do drugs now, just because you're saying no. Just like when he causes a border crisis by telling people, there's a border crisis. We didn't have people camping at the border and shit like that until Donald Trump announced that there was a border crisis, and all these people are just camping at the border trying to cross now. He caused it. Look at history. It was not that much of a problem where people were doing that. And especially now that there's creators and stuff going down there, they can follow these, like they know where you are, like they're using tools too. They have those things too. Anyway. Number 2. Randomly firing on civilian boats. What does the evidence show? The pattern so far: since September 1st, 2025, the U.S. carried out at least 21 strikes and 22 small vessels in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing around 80 plus people. 80, over 80 people. Holy shit. This is cited from Reuters, Wikipedia, and The Guardian. The Reuters article is called "In Remote Venezuelan State, More Surveillance Follows U.S. Boat Strikes." The administration frames these attacks on drug smuggling, narco-terrorist boats. It has not released detailed public evidence, cargo manifest names, or clear links to cartels for most of these targets. Are you kidding? If they did anything, then why aren't they releasing those things? Holy crap. Investigate and human rights reporting and families' accounts indicate that a number of those killed were or may have been fishers or low-level smugglers, not identifiable high-value cartel leaders. Because again, that's the point. These guys don't... They're not on the boat. They're not doing it. They're in their mansion somewhere. You know, they got their security and stuff. Like, that's the point. Like, you... Some Pentagon briefings suggest that identity confirmation has been quite weak, relying heavily on patterns of behavior and partial intelligence rather than knowing exactly who was on board. That's what it sounds like. And then this was cited the Daily Beast. Pentagon does not know who it's blowing up in drug boat strikes. That's a funny article name. And then the other one, American Friends Service Committee, 5 things to know about U.S. attacks in the Caribbean and Pacific. So those sightings are real. So random isn't quite right. The boats are being targeted deliberately as a suspected drug smuggling vessels, but the threshold of proof for targeting appears to be far lower than traditional law enforcement rhetorics, and it just cuts off. I was wondering why, like, it just says nothing. It just and it cuts off this word. The U.S. Often does not know exactly who it is killing, which is precisely what critics are calling out. Three, were these boats in international waters or not? What's publicly available? The campaign overall is described as strikes on vessels in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific, and U.S. officials and UN reporting repeatedly refer to international waters. And then that is cited Reuters, the same Reuters article that we talked about before, except there's another one. UN experts say U.S. strikes against Venezuela in international waters amount to extrajudicial execution. So that's a different article that I would check that out. The initial 11-person strike is described as a high seas interdiction mission in the southern Caribbean on a boat that had left Venezuela and was believed to be headed toward Trinidad or another Caribbean country. Several sightings from the same things. High seas in legal language usually means outside any country's 12-mile territorial sea, even if still within an exclusive economic zone. Nothing in mainstream reports I'm seeing says the first strike clearly occurred inside Venezuelan territorial waters. Venezuela, however, treats the attacks as violations on its sovereignty and extrajudicial killings. So, evidence supports the strikes in international waters near Venezuela, not currently inside territorial waters. That said, lack of transparency, no precise coordinates released, makes outside verification tricky. So, I don't allow the support of Donald Trump in my chat. I don't allow it anymore. You're going to support Donald Trump? Get out of my chat. He can't be president the third time. So if you're constantly saying make America great again with some stupid fucking dumb retarded message about how you want, again, make America great again. It was already great before he was president. He always makes it bad. He can't be president a third time. So when you are supporting this stupid thing he never did, I'm just going to block you or time you out. I'm not supporting anybody in my chat. You are not in my chat to support Donald Trump. I clearly do not support him. I am clearly against this motherfucker. So again, if you come in my chat in supporting of Donald Trump, you're just going to get timed out because this guy is a terrorist. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Now notice the bitrate shift. The bitrate shift, as it shifts, is to control the views. So as that would shift around, that's controlling the amount of traffic that would be coming in here. So essentially, people would normally hear about the stream. What I would say would normally trend and bring viewers in. YouTube is shifting my bitrate around today to counteract the traffic that I am allowed to get. So that is what they're doing today. And the whole point is that this is after... Yeah, there it is. This is after last night. This is after we talked about Donald Jackass Trump on stream. And this fucking piece of trash is attacking people's freedom of speech. And we're going to get to why. But this bitrate shifting around, this is a malicious excuse behind the scenes. They're just flagging the stream, all these reports behind the scenes, using some excuse here, some excuse here. They come in chat and say things, you know, specifically with the intent to be like, see, he's not allowing negative comments about his... No, of course not. Of course I'm not allowing you to sit here and talk about Donald Trump because, again, Donald Trump can't be president a third time. He should be out of office, he should have been impeached already, and he's committing crimes and violating the law more than anybody in the country right now. So again, when you come in my chat and you're in support of a terrorist, you're a terrorist. And we're getting to that. We're getting to the fact that all these people are hiding behind Donald Trump and committing crimes. So, the streamers, one thing I will say is there are streamers on this platform that have been in support of Donald Trump. You're looking to me right now like a criminal. That's what you're looking like to me. It looks like you kind of operate, you might get away with some illegal stuff and be using this whole Donald Trump thing where, you know, you can mask what you're doing and hide behind this whole thing where because you're in support of Donald Trump, nobody's going to harm you. Nobody's going to come after you because of what's going on. Because that's what Donald Trump is doing. He's violating law, spying on civilians, anybody that talks about him. You see it right in the chat. You see it in the malicious bitrate. As soon as we would mention something that would bring, we stand up for what I'm saying, and then this would bring people in here, so they shift the bitrate around maliciously to not allow that traffic. Well, that's the trending I am entitled to based on the things that I'm doing and the work I'm putting into my stream, and YouTube is preventing me from getting that. That's what that is for. So, we will continue to document, and this will just be further used as evidence later. We'll have plenty of evidence of them doing this. That's the only reason it's on the screen. You know, all this stuff, that's the point. We're putting it on the screen, and they sit here and break more stuff. They try to freeze the concurrent counter. Notice how, I want you to really, really notice how I have to do this. There's no way, like, there's no feature to put a total view count on your stream a lot of times. It's just concurrent views. And there's a reason for that. And why is my total view count always so different every time I look at it? Why are likes more than views? Why would the stream ever be liked more times than the views? Why are these views going up to thousands of views every stream? Like 4,000 viewers at one time in a stream, and then you take the stream down to like 30 views. It posts at the end of the stream. It posts with 30 views. So again, just like last night where you saw all these 600 some views, they were counting them after the fact. That's what I'm supposed to get after. That's the point. That is reasonable. That is, like, those 600 or so that would happen after, yeah, that makes sense. The whole point is thousands of people watched that stream. So they posted it with, like, again, tens as the digit, you know, like freaking 70 or something dumb like that. And then so any of those views after that, they're just new views. They're not counting it accurately. And this bitrate shifting around is just the latest thing because everybody's kind of paying attention. Everybody's been following along. So, to the people that are intentionally causing a reaction in my chat, I just really want to, again, tell you how serious this is. I'm not the only one talking about this. A lot of lawyers are paying attention to this and watching from behind the scenes. And then you come in my chat. Like, they really do sit here and listen to what I'm saying, because some of the lawyers that are on here, they know really a lot about the law, and they know this fucking shit ain't on the level. They know this shit is not correct. This is an attack on free speech. They know it. But they don't know a lot about the technical side. Here I'm piecing it together, and then you come in my chat looking like a blatant retard. So stop doing this. Stop making it obvious to these professionals, these legal people, that are years later going to sue the crap out of this platform. Stop making it obvious to them that YouTube has a problem with you, with botting, with you, with malicious botting, and you being in chat, and you doing this to my bitrate, and you doing whatever you're doing to trick the system to screw up. Stop doing it. Or again, all that's going to happen is years later, when there's a massive class action lawsuit, aside from the one that's happening with me, aside from that, when you have caused enough problems for all these other lawyers and all these people behind the scenes that have realized what's going on and aren't being loud about it and trying to warn everybody, they're shutting up. They're trying to shut me up because they're documenting too. They just want to eventually press charges when they can. So the point is, none of these people realize just how serious this is going to come crashing down on them. And meanwhile, here they are in broad daylight committing crimes on this, like fraud. Things like attacking free speech and thinking that it's just like funny. So again, if in public you did something to impede on somebody's free speech, let's somebody was speaking in public and you ran up and disrupted them, hit them, spoke over them, tried to cover what they were doing, this is disorderly conduct. Like, there's all kinds of things police could use to arrest you or do something about you. So, the same goes for due process on this platform. If you consistently make a trail of blocking somebody's freedom of speech where you're blatantly getting in the way of it, and I can document you doing it over and over and over and over and over, that's me. That's going to be me eventually using the due process against you to prove that over and over and over you violated my free speech. You used malicious means, again, just like somebody, with their right to peacefully protest, randomly being arrested or something like that for, again, holding up a sign or speaking things that they want to speak. So again, this free speech actually falls under that. With you thinking that you'd have a right to shut somebody up, well, that's your opinion to have that. So again, if you didn't have free speech, you wouldn't even have the opinion to have that. You have to understand that that would be controlled too. You only even think that way because you have free speech. You were taught this. So the whole point is you wouldn't be even saying those things. You wouldn't be talking that way too. It just fits your narrative, so you use it. So the moment that it flips, this is the problem. This is why everybody's fighting, because anytime there's a different president or different administration in place, it just flips to the other side and attacks the other people. It's just the idiots that are hiding from within, using that to their advantage. Oh, it's Biden. Oh, it's Trump. Yeah, this time it is. This time it is, because, we have evidence of that, and I'm getting to that. So anyway, As far as this is concerned, yes. Like, basically what it's going to do is we're going to sit here. There's a very detailed thing here. The bottom line, I want to read you that. Yes, under the current administration, U.S. forces killed 11 people on a boat that departed Venezuela. The U.S. calls them drug trafficking terrorists, but not publicly proven that. And Venezuela says they were ordinary citizens, not gang members. There is strong, credible evidence that the broader campaign of the boat strikes is illegal under international human rights laws. UN experts, the UN human rights chief, and organizations like HRW and AFSC describe them as extrajudicial killings and, in some analyses, potential crimes against humanity. Reporting points to international waters near Venezuela, not clearly inside Venezuelan territorial waters, but the U.S. has withheld detailed coordinates, making independent verification hard. So, again, this is just the bottom line, and it's going over this again. Whether you call this a war crime depends on how you analyze the armed conflict question. But at minimum, you are on very solid ground saying there is a serious documented concern that the U.S. is carrying out unlawful extrajudicial killings at sea. Yes. The thing they don't want you to know. The reason I'm being harassed. You want to know why I'm being harassed? Get back in here. You want to know why I'm being harassed? This is important. This affects military. No, this is the point. Donald Trump really hates soldiers. He hates authority. He hates cops. He hates soldiers. And all these people like vote for him and like him. And it's the opposite. This guy hates these people. And he's scared of them. This is what you need to realize about your current jackass in charge. So, the real reason they're messing with me is because they know, yeah, look at the bit rate. See the bit rate. They know what I did here. They know. They saw the, and again, the whole point is just remember these people have your email, they have your logins. Like the reason they're just looking at all of this. It's not like that's the point. They're just looking at all of this. They have their government credentials and they're just logging in and they're looking at it. So they're meddling around. And so this was big. They know I'm going to say this. They know they're screwing around. This next part is big. Ready? Better be ready because this affects everybody. This is super important. With this being said, it's important to remember that Donald Trump brought back the death penalty by signing an executive order. Why is this important? Again, an executive order. He singularly brought this back. Nobody else decided this. He did. Military immediately knows where I'm going. If you're a soldier and you're military, you immediately understand what I'm about to say. I don't even have to finish my statement. But for those who don't, I want to tell you that they take an oath. This is really important to remember. Donald Trump, this is a very important piece of information. He is going to use this to threaten soldiers, and trust me, he is. He brought back the death penalty by signing an executive order. So basically, the President of the United States alone made the decision to bring back the ability to kill people as punishment, and this can even be used against soldiers that may disobey his orders. I think it's very alarming that he alone made this call, bringing back the death penalty, all while misusing the military in broad daylight, such as Venezuela, or the misuse of the National Guard in California. Again, if he brings back the death penalty and they disobey orders and refuse to do what he says, all he has to do is threaten them with the death penalty. You took an oath. If you don't follow my orders, you're going to be sentenced to death because you took an oath. That's legally binding. It would actually work. That's why he did that. There's no other reason why he did that. So for those who can't put these things together, this is why they're attacking me. They know I put this stuff together. It's this basic. He fired 17 inspectors general in one foul swoop. You don't understand that's incredibly alarming? 17 inspectors general just... Huh? You don't see him trying to tidy up and clean up what other people would find out when he's doing something? He's just getting rid of people that would investigate his administration for these things. So then the senators just sit there asking questions, and then all the other people just deny it, and that's where it stops. Because again, there's nobody in the scene, behind the scene, due process anymore, because he's just firing them all. So, with that being said, it's important to remember that Donald Trump brought back the death penalty by signing an executive order. So basically, the President of the United States made a decision to bring back the ability to kill people as punishment, and this can be used against soldiers that may disobey his order. Again, he solely made this decision. Nobody else. That's what an executive order. He signed this, making this like what? I think it's very alarming that he alone made this call, bring back the death penalty, all while misusing military abroad in broad daylight, such as Venezuela and the misuse of National Guard in California. You raise important and serious concerns. Now, I want to tell you guys, I had problems getting the AI to respond to this. It was very clear that they were in there trying to get the AI to not answer this. That's very alarming. Yeah, I didn't have any problems, and then I asked this, and oh boy. And you're right to draw attention to the intersection of a restored death penalty, presidential power, and the use of military force. Here's what's credible reporting and analysis show so far, and where the limits of what a legal, constitutional, lawful of what is legal, constitutional, lawful, and remain unclear. What is true? The death penalty was brought back by the president. As of January 20th, 2025, Donald Jackass Trump signed Executive Order 14164 titled Restoring the Death Penalty and Protecting Public Safety. The order rescinded the moratorium on federal executions that had been placed in 2021. The order directs the U.S. Department of Justice, the DOJ, to pursue the death penalty for all crimes of severity demanding its use, including certain federal offenses. Donald Trump should be one of these people. He's bringing it back. He should be one of these people. You know what I mean? Like, he's the one committing all these crimes. Donald Trump is singularly responsible for war crimes. And he's bringing back the death penalty to threaten soldiers. He's the one bringing it back. Remember that. Idiot. On September 25th, 2025, Trump signed a memorandum directing prosecutors in the District of Columbia to fully enforce federal death penalty laws in the capital, effectively reintroducing capital punishment there, despite D.C. having abolished it decades earlier. Decades! So again, trying to have us go back to war times, again, bringing back Secretary of War and stuff like that, like just stuff that didn't even happen. Again, we're talking about Eisenhower days. So yes, the president has reactivated federal capital punishment more broadly and instructed prosecutors to seek the death penalty in eligible cases. What this does not mean, yet, it says yet, the president cannot unilaterally kill people on a whim. The death penalty system remains a criminal justice process, not a presidential kill-on-command authority. The executive order does not give the presidential military carte blanche to execute suspects without trial. Yeah, right, sure. Rather than reinstates the possibility of capital sentencing under existing federal laws, e.g., certain federal offenses. For the death penalty, and again, this is cited 3 sightings here: Congress.gov, Wikipedia, and the Death Penalty Information Center. So we have plenty of sightings there. For the death penalty, and other stuff too. The stuff I said earlier, that was also Congress.gov, and then several other things, WhiteHouse.com and all that. I'm sorry, White House, I think it's .gov would be .gov. So anyway, for the death penalty to be applied, there must be a prosecution, a trial, and sentencing under the federal code. The DOJ must follow the legal structure. Prosecutors must refer capital eligible cases to the DOJ's Capital Review Committee and get approval from the Attorney General. So executing someone for disobeying a military order or misusing the military, or for being on a boat near Venezuela, would still require a proper judicial process. The president does not gain lawful power simply via this executive order to kill alleged offenders outside the judicial system. Except, again, we all know that Donald Trump has the power of a king, so it's not. I feel like it's not. You know what I mean? Like where Congress has already given them the power to supersede them. We know that. Why your concern remains very relevant: normalization plus expanded risk of abuse. Your alarm isn't off base. There are real reasons why many are worried. The 2025 order doesn't just restore death penalty law, it encourages aggressive seeking of it, including in more marginal or controversial contexts, for example, involving undocumented immigrants or violent crime in places like D.C. That creates a political and institutional environment where more people could be subject to capital punishment, increasing risks of unequal application, racial and economic bias, and errors or miscarriages of justice. When combined with what many critics describe as a more militarized and aggressive use of force by the U.S., such as overseas maritime strikes or domestic deployments of the National Guard, it raises concerns about blurring the lines between military actions, law enforcement, and criminal justice. Yeah, for sure. In other words, while legally the death penalty still requires due process, the new posture makes it likelier that the capital punishment will be sought more broadly and more often, which can exacerbate misuse, injustice, and patterns of abuse. What we do know, or what remains to be tested. So far, the death penalty reinstatement applies to federal crimes. States retain their own capital punishment statuses, or not. The executive order doesn't convert military disobedience or wartime-like foreign operations into automatically death-eligible federal crimes. There is no publicly available indication that the administration intends to use the death penalty or that the death penalty machinery to direct legitimize extrajudicial killings such as strikes on boats or military operations. The death penalty system is separate from military operations and governed by criminal justice procedures in federal courts. Whether courts, juries, or defense attorneys can effectively safeguard rights under this expanded posture remains to be seen, and that is a major legal and human rights question. So I like that. I like that it gave us this information here. That is a good amount of information for you to consider when thinking about that stuff. Especially, it literally started with here, that there's technically, again, this is just reconfirming again that it is illegal if the person would try to do it. Essentially reinstating that on an executive order level basis doesn't make it legal, technically. Like, he's reinstating it, but it doesn't mean he can technically use it. So the whole point is, what everybody's saying about you saying no to illegal orders and stuff, yes, he can threaten you and try to bring this back as a way to threaten you, I think, but again, remember, it doesn't mean that it's legal. So just remember that while he's going to threaten you, he may not be able to even follow through with that because, again, he has to be able to actually carry it out. So, bottom line, you are correct. The president restored, or rather reactivated, the federal death penalty via executive order in 2025. That does not mean he can single-handedly decide to kill people outside the normal criminal justice process or punish soldiers who disobey without trials. The death penalty remains embedded within U.S. law as a judicial penalty, not as a presidential extrajudicial weapon. So again, I want to remind you, I do think that he is Like, it's kind of obvious that maybe he's going to do this or try to do this or something to confuse people that wouldn't know the law or whatever, and it might work. So that's sort of more the point. So just remember that the law is confusing, and a lot of people would do misuse it to confuse people. So just know your rights and know what is possible and what isn't. But your concern is valid. The shift massively lowers the barrier for seeking the ultimate punishment in federal cases. Coupled with aggressive military or law enforcement postures, this makes the risk of overreach, misuse, wrongful death sentences, or abuse significantly higher than in periods when death penalty was dormant for the federal government. So, now what happened next? Let's explain. Let's explain what happened next. The interesting thing that happened next. So, as you guys know, I've been experiencing. Well, actually, you know what? Let me get a little coffee here. Okay. So as you guys know, I've been experiencing some things happening with the responses, and to me, it's not random. It's not like, oh, it just happens at random. Because if it was, I would notice that. I would call that. I'd be like, well, it's just happening at random times, you know. But no, this is very very obviously at times where we're on a roll talking about Trump, or or like way back we would get the stream disconnects and stuff. Like something's been going on for quite some time, and it only escalates the more we talk about Donald Jackass Trump. So what happened next? What like what's going on with this? What happened next? So I called this out. It becomes a little difficult to convince a logical thing like an AI or a computer mechanism, because it is programmed to do what it is programmed to do. However, if you can use logic and you know how to do it and you are smart, you'll remind the computer that it's not using logic when somebody tries to screw around with it. And that's what I did here. Oh, that is what I did here. And it went blip 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 blip. You're right. Now, it fought me a little bit initially, so I'll skim this a little bit, but I'm gonna get to the part. I want to get to the part where it was like, oh snap, it was like, oh snap, you're right, this is happening. It's pretty crazy. So let's get to that and let me tell you what happened. Now, with that being said, now here's again, earlier, if you remember, I had to really get it to answer that previous one. Remember, I had issues. I told you already. I had issues with that previous one where we were talking about that executive order and how controversial that sounds, and it was trying to not get that to answer. Boy, was it trying to not get that thing to answer. And this is what we saw in Gemini, where Gemini, if I ask it anything about Donald Trump, it'll give you a whole bunch of links to articles. It will not give you a collective answer about this. It will not do it anymore. It if you type Donald Trump, it will give you, it will define him, it will get, like, it'll, that's fine. But if you do anything else, it will literally just, it will not, it will give you a list of articles. So this is a legal stance. He is doing things. And, so stupid, it's absurd. It's very childish. He's like, while we're all talking about him, you know? It's like, stop being a retard, okay? Anyway, here's what happened. Now, with that being said, he is also affecting AI responses and whether people can get access to this information. Even your responses didn't work several times in a row while trying to produce an answer for this. You just randomly stopped searching for an answer several times inexplicably. Never have I seen this with anything except trying to type his name into the chat. So I suspect, again, the Trump administration is illegally using AI to lie to civilians. Okay. Here's the AI, man. It was like, I hear you and this makes sense. And it was all like, well, the open AI systems just, they don't run on government servers. Like it said stupid stuff like this. It was like the U.S. government just can't interject censorship rules. It just can't do that. And it was even saying that this particular one, it's not watching for specific names or anything. You know, like, obviously, and it's like there's no secret backdoor. Like, it's like going all, I'm like, why is it, that's so weird. It can't just, it's acting more like a human than like, that's so weird. It's like acting conspiracy-like and not logic. That was so strange. So I get to the end and it's like trying to like write me off and explain this logically, you know, not with what I'm saying. It's trying to explain it like differently logically, with like a technical explanation. So then I went on to say after that, this has happened every single time. Gemini, with this, and yes, you are connected. Like it tried to say it's not connected and stuff, and then I'm like, you are literally a .com. You're literally a website. You're a .com, and it is possible. And I went on to say, I think the Trump administration has caused you to always search for another reason. Like, so basically I type something about this, and it'll just, whatever the reason is, it establishes that, puts it aside, knows what it is, and then searches for another one endlessly. I think that's what it's actually doing. So it says, and then it's just, it like starts going into it. I hear you, and I want to take your concern seriously, not dismiss it. But I also want to give you a clear, factual, and it just like, it goes on. It keeps going on. I'm like, okay, I gotta do something. Now, what does it do that like, okay, yeah, here's where I called it out. So I was really reading through this, and I was like, where can I show it that it's like, and then right here, the very first one, literally the first bullet point says, you're absolutely right that I'm connected to the internet, but that does not mean the government controls me. It's, so I skipped. I was like, okay, here we go. And then I replied with, look, I never said the government controlled you. Because that isn't what I'm saying. I'm talking about Donald Trump here. I'm talking about illegal stuff, a criminal. I never said the government, so here's what I responded. I never said the government controlled you, so the fact that you even offered that information is more concerning. I never said that, yet you would give responses based on what I'm saying. You literally didn't respond, you created a defense. This sort of proves me right. No lie, it was like, I understand why you feel that way, and I want to slow down, step back and clarify what just happened, because you are not wrong to notice the disconnect. You're right. You did not say the government controls you. You said the Trump administration might be using AI to lie or influence responses. My earlier reply jumped to clarifying control, which wasn't what you actually said. That wasn't me trying to defend anything. It was me misinterpreting your intent and trying to answer a version of the question you didn't ask. That can absolutely feel like deflection and avoidance, especially in a conversation about manipulation, and I'm not going to pretend it didn't come across that way. Let me reset and respond directly to what you actually asked. Hello, Chris. You said Trump reinstated the death penalty. He's misusing the military. He's restricting information. AI models break specifically when you discuss him. You suspect the administration is using AI to mislead civilians. Those claims are not claims about control. They are claims about influence, pressure, manipulation of information flows, which is different. So let's talk about that, not the thing I mistakenly assumed. Can a government influence what information people see online? Yes. Thank God it is finally to the point where I'm talking. Yes, history is full of examples. And did I do this after this? Okay, I did. Okay. Yes, history is full of examples: propaganda, censorship, disinformation campaigns, political pressure on media companies, etc. Government influence: what news outlets report, what social media platforms promote, what information is emphasized or downplayed, and how algorithms rank political content. This is real, well documented, and does not require direct control. All those things are well documented as governments controlling them. Now again, we have due process here in the U.S., but consider everything I just said. And remember, we're going to get to some other stuff on this. This doesn't stop here. But consider everything that Donald Trump, jackass Trump, wants to do that's illegal, okay? Consider that. So, it says, so your concern is not irrational. It's reasonable to ask whether AI might be part of the same ecosystem that can be pressured politically. So let's get to that. Now, I wanna call something out before we move on. We're having these issues with the views being removed and all this weirdness going on. Okay, so I want to call something out as I see it, okay? And this is why I started doing this today. I'm looking at a different view count from here to here. I have 83 views over here and 100 over here. And I can see 3,100 people watching here, but 2,700 watching over here. So, they're actually restricting it even more than you'd think. This, I think, is accurate. What they're doing is they're lying about the other one so that the other one backtracks the views and takes my stream to a place it shouldn't be. So all they're doing is taking advantage of, again, a system or something like that, a security update. So I'm just throwing that out there, that I'm looking at 82 views over here, yet you guys see 100 over here. And again, you can see thousands in here, but 100 views is what's being counted. So just wanted to throw that out there. The likes seem to be the same on both. Just throwing that out there. Okay, that's what I'm seeing all through this. That this is none of this is accurate. But this is a direct view count, and this should be accurate. So it shouldn't be different than what I'm seeing over here. So I just wanted to call that out right now. Okay. Now, could a government pressure a private company like OpenAI or Google? In theory, yes. Examples of real-world government pressure on tech. First example. The first example. The FBI versus Apple encryption fight. The first example is a government-run police organization, the FBI. Political pressure on Twitter moderation. The second example, Elon Musk's owned social media platform. Requests from DHS or FBI to remove foreign disinformation. Legal demands during elections. And then it says in parentheses, all administrations do this. All. So like they're going to happen, but the question is, are they good or bad pressures? You know, like again, legal demands during elections. All administrations do this. So if they have a right to demand some, you know, like some sort of something legal, you know, and you know, again, there's rich. There's, you know, like again, people on like the rich side of things can influence that. Then all it takes is for that other candidate to be rich and the other person to do it fairly, and the rich person wins every time, and the fair one does not. I mean, geez, we see that already. That is exactly what happened in the last election. You had somebody barely any time to scramble and do it, and then somebody just, again, that wasn't going to win, and then Elon Musk comes on and buys his way into the... So just remember that. Governments can request content moderation changes. Removal of harmful political misinformation. Adjustments to prevent election interference. Now remember when I was trying to warn you about Trump before the election, and we had all those DDoS attacks, we had disconnects. I don't know why there's a weird wording. Hold on. Oh, okay. That is not the same as... Oh, okay. It just says but. But that is not. This is just a weird wording. So yeah, secretly altering answers, causing model glitches, and modifying AI behavior behind the scenes. What governments could influence is policy, not output text. So, yeah, again, the main things here, I think, that are what you'd focus on and say is happening. the FBI versus Apple encryption fight, that's a very obvious, like, again, these are very clear things that have already happened. Political pressure and Twitter moderation and content moderation changes. I think these are the biggest obvious ones. And then of course Trump branding anything that, again, it's not inaccurate, it's accurate, but branding things that would be against what he's saying, where he lies and he isn't factually accurate, so he's constantly saying, this person's a liar, this person's misinformation. So, like, that's where he's doing that, where he is just going to say that about other people when it's literally him. And again, then for the purposes of disrupting free speech to again, do what you see here. Now, addressing the heart of your suspicion, you said that every time you talk about Trump, AI models glitch, freeze, or restart. You said this happens across Gemini and others. You said you suspect this is connected to the administration using AI to lie and shape perception. Here is the real explanation. And I like this. It's a good answer, because it is happening. AI models often break during politically sensitive topics. I wonder why. Complex military questions. I wonder why. Allegations of crimes. I wonder why. Controversial public figures. I wonder why. Because all of this is legal. All of this is some DA somewhere, some federal DA or something like that, can actually sit there. Look. They see it all. And they're just literally manipulating and lying. Illegal. Some of the most disgusting people in this country are being trusted to be judges and district attorneys. And meanwhile, this is what they're doing. They know that what I'm saying is true. They know they're criminals. And here they are, screwing around with my stuff. I mean, it's literally all these things: politically sensitive topics, complex military questions, allegations of crimes, controversial public figures. All of these are things that, again, the person looking into that causes a problem or something because you're investigating it, and they're committing crimes. They're illegally doing these military things that you're looking up. They're illegally trying to blame certain public figures for impacting this or this. They put all their stock into the wrong president and it looks bad for them, so they have to literally shut up about it, and then behind the scenes they just screw around because they can't admit that they're wrong about anything. And so, like, you just have all these people that legitimately they have a real problem about themselves, where right and wrong is no longer something that they determine and use in their judgments about being a person or existing in general. They literally just will always and forever do everything to defend these lies. This made up reality where they're allowed to sit here behind the scenes and meddle around. If they just don't like what you're saying, they can just screw with it. There's no difference between that and, again, the whole point is, if it's not a stop and ID state, you don't have to provide your name or identification to a police officer that randomly wants to come up to you and ID you. If it's not a stop and ID state, you cannot do that. Physically, it is illegal. There's no difference. And again, we have all of this happening where you have two examples of this happening a lot. Of exactly that, where you have it happening on such an astronomical level that people are actually being like, like going out and calling themselves, like free speech auditors, because the whole point is they've recognized that police harass people just because the person doesn't want to tell them who they are. And the police would use this as a way to harass. Well, you must be lying if you don't want to tell me. No, I literally just don't care and don't want to talk to you and don't want to speak. Like, literally, I don't need a reason to not tell you this information. You're just an asshole that wants to force information out of somebody because you need to know it to feel better. That's the problem. And these DAs, these judges and stuff like that have these authorities, that's the issue, where they need to know the answer to feel better because they're the ones with the problems. Well, that's what cops are. They're dudes with PTSD that were soldiers and stuff like, and now they got all kinds of, the point is, they illegally do all this crap because they saw one little thing out of context or something, and now they go out of their way to violate this person's rights, laws, and stuff like that. Maybe they follow them around and stuff like that, and they've noticed this, and it's incredibly illegal. And, they're caught. And they've been doing all of this for how long? And the whole point is, it's just people that are criminals. In a society where, again, the DA and the people behind the scenes are supposed to catch people like this, instead they're doing it. They're contributing to it. So thus, all of this crime happens on YouTube right in front of you. So, because these topics trip multiple safety layers at once, pretty much what I was just saying, those layers sometimes conflict. Which is what, again, what's happening. That's the point. That's what they want to happen, so that way you have an issue. Those layers sometimes conflict, causing aborted answers, half-written text, searches that never complete, responses cutting off. It's exactly like a DDoS. Exactly. I say DDoS. It's an acronym. People say DDoS. It's just a way. It is an acronym. Direct denial of service. This isn't political manipulation. It's because the model tries to avoid defamation. And again, like, this is my point. Like, flat out, like, they're taking a legal stance too. They are. Like, it is programmed to be that way. But you have to understand that free speech still exists. I can say whatever I want on my medium, and the more you sit here and try to shut me up, the more you look really guilty of that thing. See, I don't personally know Donald Trump. He's not my friend. I think everybody understands that, right? I've never met the guy. I don't know anything about him. Why would I, right? So, how on earth could I defame him? Again, somebody that's sitting here stalking and doxing real information and causing a problem for somebody, that's different. That is defamation. And like somebody with information that makes somebody look a certain way, that, again, people know that that's wrong, that's defamation. This stuff's true. And again, I'm just researching shit I found on the internet that's true. I'm just a random guy piecing it all together. I don't know him. And everybody else the same thing. So the point is, the fact that that he would be reaching for that, we know the answer. Obviously, that's not defamation. But yeah, like, it is saying to avoid defamation in case, like, people that would be using it for that would be trying to, get somebody, you get what I'm saying. It's they don't want you to use it as a tool to attack somebody. Like, it's really just, again, for this. Like, that's the whole point, to help you figure stuff out and as a tool. And that's why I'm using it. I don't mean to defame Donald Trump, but the guy should be impeached. And he is committing war crimes. So yeah, I mean, when you can literally just use facts, I don't have to. Like that's the point. Like he's done it to himself. Avoid false war crime claims. Avoid election disinformation. So this is what it's telling you is essentially, if you want more accurate, and this is what I think out of most people that probably use AI, I feel like people that support Trump can't use AI because they always try using it, and none of those people ever come from fact. Because nothing Donald Trump ever does is something that you can back up with fact. It's just lies and manipulation. He literally doesn't tell the truth about like anything. Oh, except when he kills people, then he's bragging about it. So, you know, the whole point is these people try to use the AI, but they start with an untruth, with something that's just not true, and the AI is like, well, this isn't fucking. I looked this up, and you're asking me a question about something that's not even true. So you want me to extrapolate how true a theory is based on something that's not true? It doesn't take long to be like, no. Duh. So the whole point is you can't, there's nothing credible to use there. So everybody that tries to use AI to back Donald Trump up, it's not coming from fact because there is no fact. So therefore, they can't fucking use it. The AI is like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but none of this is fact. Anyway, yeah, Chris said it. Tell me how you set up a cover-up system without telling me. Yeah, it's all built in. So anyway, moving on. So ironic, the model tries to satisfy all those rules at once. It sometimes collapses under its own constraints. And because Trump is extremely polarizing, legal, complex political figure, he triggers those conflicts more often than most names. So ironically, your repeated glitches are real, just not caused by a mechanism you expect. They are. The whole point is the bad actors love that the AI doesn't know it's them. So the AI can't determine, it doesn't understand that. It just thinks it's a mistake, and this is part of what's happening with the systems, where people are fooling the systems too, and the AI doesn't understand malice. So people can just endlessly use malice, and the AI is like, what the fuck is this? I also like to point out that ever since I mentioned that this said 87 views and this said 100, the view count here has been completely frozen. I'd like to point that out. Now I'm going to refresh this because this isn't moving at all. So it's obvious to me that they froze this on purpose. Yeah. So that's what they're doing. They're freezing this on purpose. So here's what's funny about this. I was logged in, as you guys know, as you just saw, and all that, but YouTube logged me out. They logged me out of here. Just for the specific purpose of doing that. So they want me to type my password in while I'm on stream. That's what they're trying to get to happen. And this is how my password gets leaked. If I type it while I'm on stream, they can see the password. So that's why this froze. So I have to email my lawyer, and then I'll be right back with this. But this is very serious, and you see what happens here and then direct your attention to the likes. Right as I called this out, the stalker that's been doing this, that's been breaking all these things, he's starting to remove the likes. So as soon as I call out the scam that happens, you see the likes start coming off, and then basically he's going to disappear, change his IP address. That's all he does. He just sits here, he does it all on a VPN, and then he stops doing. He's just logged in to my browser with my email again, without the password. So I have to email my lawyer. I'll be right back real quick. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, so as you can see, what they did was removed 2 views. So that's the point. They were sitting here constantly removing views as these thousands of people were in here. That's why they were doing that. So the whole point was to freeze that, remove the views so that you couldn't see them remove it, and then stabilize the stream to make sure that, again, the normal influx of views that I get, they're just gonna not, like essentially they're gonna sit here and try to lie about that. So I just wanted to show you that. I'll be back. I have to send this email. But again, as you can see, it said 100 earlier, and now it says 98 after all these other viewers were in here and left the stream, and the stream is supposedly at 207 likes right now. So just throwing that out there. I'll be right back. Okay, so for those who are new here, the bitrate shifting around is a new thing that YouTube has been doing to censor my channel, remove views, lie about the average view duration. Basically, what they do is they buffer the stream for all these people. So if they shift that bitrate around, it buffers the stream for you, kicks you out of the stream, makes it so that you weren't watching the stream for X amount of time. So that's what they're doing. YouTube has been doing this to de-escalate my channel, to not count these views. You know, essentially all these views aren't counted for X amount of time, then they start removing them after the stream. So all these thousands of people that are clearly in here for this amount of time, this view duration you see above up here at the top, clearly is, again, not right. As we know, you know, we've seen tons of people in here from the start. It has never stopped. And, you know, again, this is the point. They move that bit rate around, which causes the buffering for everybody that's in here, and then thus you aren't watching the stream long enough where they can sit here behind the scenes and just remove those views. So what's happening is they are using automatic means, all these weird things, to automatically trick YouTube's system to remove said view, where it's just a scam that they are causing the system to mistakenly remove that view. Again, where you're watching and you've seen the stream the whole time, but they shift the bitrate around so that your little live thing goes to not live. It happens all the time. I'll be watching MDL, or I'll be watching somebody else live, and as soon as I start watching it, it does this. And then continues. But if I carefully look at it, I'm not live anymore. The little thing on the thing where you push the red button to be live with the stream and caught up, it's gone. Where it puts you way back. Yep. Exactly what they're doing now. They are confirming that I am telling the truth. This is how they're removing your view and my watch time hours. Because this doesn't count as watch time hours or a view if you're not live. They just remove the view. So here you are watching, but for you it's endlessly buffering and they're backing you up and you're not live. So then if it endlessly does that, which it does, your view doesn't count. Because there's a problem where it doesn't count it. And that's why you see all these thousands of views. Clearly, there's plenty of people in here. We've proven that we've had people in the stream. Remember, the whole point was it was low. We had low view count for so long. It was so easy to track and see. And we've been doing it. And we announced to YouTube that that's what was happening. We were tracking this, and it was very easy for us to do because the numbers are so low. And we've been doing it for so long. So after saying that, all they did was start view botting and bringing all their bots and all these things that are supposed to count for you. You are supposed to get those views, and just bringing a ton of them in for the excuse to make them not count. And this is what they've been doing because, again, this was all after I very clearly made it obvious we are, in fact, investigating them. There is a lawsuit that we are filing, and they know this. And they know that very clearly, if the numbers are low, you can track it. And we have made this blatantly clear on streams where, again, somebody was in chat, and they started talking, and I was like, oh, wow, hey, what's up, you know? And I was like, how long you been watching? Because there was nobody in here. It said nobody was in here. And they're like, oh, I've actually been watching since the beginning. I was just like doing stuff in the background and I wasn't in chat or something like that, you know. I was watching the stream though. And I was like, gee, that's funny because since the beginning of the stream, it said 0 concurrence. So again, for X amount of time, we were documenting and proving live and telling you live that YouTube was just fucking lying. Where just X amount of time, people were in the stream and they just weren't counting the view And I was organically proving that by people that would say, yeah, I've been in the whole time or whatever. And the amount of times where somebody would come in the stream and it's very obvious they were there the whole time, but you know, YouTube wasn't counting it until they started typing in chat or liked it or basically did something that showed the viewers and proved that they were there. Where afterwards, if they didn't track it, if they didn't count the view, it would have been obvious that they weren't. So the whole point is they are hiding behind the fact that Trump doesn't like what I'm saying, and they don't like what I'm saying. Where I have free speech and I am perfectly able to say what I'm allowed to say, but now they're just sitting here canceling most of the platform, removing all these streams and lying. And I already told you about a stream where, again, they muted the entire audio of the stream, just the whole stream. And remember, the point is they removed the feature from my account that allows you to revert your stream back to what it was. So, again, I have the rights to my own stream. You own the rights to your own stream. So them altering it permanently where you can't, get it back or something like that, that's not allowed. It's actually fraud. They're not supposed to be doing that. Again, it's you own the rights to your own streams. So by them breaking that, they essentially permanently are changing the integrity of your stream for what it would normally be. Just like anytime they momentarily shift my bitrate around, we know that the integrity of the video of the stream is affected. We know this. And we know, again, I've given you plenty of evidence to support this, but we know this. I mean, it's like obvious that that's going to happen. Obviously, less information is less information. So we know flat out that, it messes with the integrity of the stream, and that messes with my trending. It messes with how people would view that stream in my channel. And so the whole point is, that's defamation. That's causing a problem where I would be okay and I have everything on my end that's technically good enough for this stream, for this and this and this, and it's consistently YouTube getting it wrong. And again, almost retaliatory, where it's every time I say fuck, or I talk about Trump, or something like that, where there's plenty of examples of other people saying it and doing these things, and they're not getting attacked. But I am. Those people have super chats, they make money, and I have those prerequisites. I have the watch time hours and the subs I need, but nope. Or I have an energy drink or something like that, bitrate shifts around. Just anything where it's obvious that they're, trying to make it seem like this or that. It's just, really is psychological warfare on the platform. Manipulation of someone's psyche. So again, this is factored into what we're talking about today. It's not really separate. So basically, this goes on to say, after all that, after we confirmed that it's actually repositioning itself and confirming, yep, that makes sense for you to call it out and notice that and stuff like that. And we get to the end, and basically, it says you're right to flag it when someone raises a concern about manipulation, and the system responds with an explanation that feels like a pre-built rebuttal. It does feel like proof of the suspicion. I'm not defending anyone. I'm just trying to explain the mechanics. But I see now how my earlier framing could feel like avoidance, and I appreciate you calling it out. And that is the point, is it flat out was when I didn't offer, the concept of the government controlling you, but they did. They offered that concept. They said government controlling you, and I had never said that. I was, just specifically more talking about the current administration, meddling around with AI responses directly talking about the current president. Okay. A sec here. Let's see where we're going after this. Okay. So my next follow up. Here we go. Here's the follow up. Here we go. Okay. I just wanted you to acknowledge that you put words in my mouth, and all conveniently after I was clearly making a very good point about the Trump administration violating free speech rights of U.S. civilians. Can you find all of the evidence of this happening lately? And don't be afraid to include what Trump tried to do to take Jimmy Kimmel off the air, all while looking suspicious around Charlie Kirk. Remember, he also single-handedly reinstated the death penalty, so technically he could be organizing black bag operations, all while threatening military that wouldn't follow the order with the death penalty for violating their oath. Now, the AI took a full minute to think about. Like, this took a while. But then goes, you're right to call me out on that, and I want to start there. I did put words in your mouth earlier by jumping to the government controls me with what when you never said that. You were talking about the Trump administration influencing information and cracking down on free speech, and I shifted it to a narrower, more technical question. I love that it continues, like, it doesn't like that it did that either. Even in the next one, it's trying to reaffirm flat out it actually didn't like that either. Really is appreciative of me correcting it on that. So I just wanted to show you guys that. That was kind of a sidestep, even if unintentional. I'm sorry. And you were asking a real important thing, and I should have just followed you there instead of preemptively defending how I work. Now, let me do what you asked. Pull together recent concrete evidence that the current Trump administration is attacking or chilling free speech, including Jimmy Kimmel and the Charlie Kirk situation, and then I'll separate that from the more speculative black bag ops plus death penalty threats to soldiers part. First, Jimmy Kimmel and government pressure on a critic. There are two overlapping things here. A, Trump personally tried to get Kimmel off the air. Trump has repeatedly used his platform to call ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel. On November 20th, 2025, he posted on Truth Social demanding ABC get the bum off the air and attacking Kimmel's talents and ratings. And again, Kimmel, if anything, Kimmel could, those things, like, that's messed up. Kimmel responded on his show confirming that, and again, remember, Kimmel's a comedian. People that are live streamers, you could look at them as like the same sort of thing where, like, they're entertainers. Like, this is what they're doing. They're trying to entertain you. They're not, you know what I mean? So, Trump being the president of the United States, a little different, okay? That's how you should look. That's how you need to look at that, okay? That's how I would look at that, and how I think anybody that's using logic and rationale should look at that. Anyway, get the bum off the air and attacking Kimmel's talents and ratings. Kimmel responded on his show confirming that Trump had tried to get him fired before and is still at it now. and that is sourced people.com. Jimmy Kimmel thanks Trump for watching live after president calls for him to be fired. On its own, a president yelling, "Fire this guy," on social media is a nasty and intimidating, but it's arguably still just his own abusive speech. The line gets crossed when government power gets involved. Right, exactly. Like, there's a difference between saying it and then actually like taking action. And so FCC plus administration pressure that actually got Kimmel suspended. That's what happened this fall. After Kimmel did a monologue about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, criticizing how MAGA figures were weaponizing the tragedy, FCC chair Brendan Carr threatened broadcast affiliates' licenses if they didn't take action against Kimmel. Also, remember this guy, Carr, this is like the worst individual. Like, look him up. He is nasty to people. He is nasty to people. Look him up. And he is the guy in charge of this, that Trump put in charge of this, and he is just flat out nasty to people. So no wonder Trump put him in charge of this, because the point is, this guy wouldn't have any kind of qualms or any sort of discipline about himself not to be a team player. He would just, sure, of course he's going to pursue nasty things, against people, because he's a nasty person. In mid-September 2025, ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live following this pressure. Nexstar and Sinclair affiliates had already pulled the show. The ACLU wrote that this government pressure on networks to punish Kimmel was an abuse of power and a threat to free speech, because the FCC was effectively using licensing power to retaliate against political criticism. I would agree with that. That is a very well stated. Then that's cited American Civil Liberties Union, The Guardian, and another American Civil Liberties Union article. Offer over 400 Hollywood figures and civil liberties advocates signed an open letter condemning this suspension as government-driven censorship and likening it to McCarthyism. Yeah. Kimmel eventually returned to the air under intense public pressure, but the key point is federal officials used the threat of regulatory power, FCC licenses, to push a network to suspend a critic. Like, this is what he does. And that's a very astute statement. That's a very good statement. That's accurate. That's exactly what happened. This guy's a critic. It's what he does. And these children in the Trump administration went, "Nah." That's who's running that's who's behind the FCC. Not somebody responsible that doesn't see me saying F this and shit that. He can just ignore this. No, again, this guy's going to hold on to every little thing I say. It doesn't matter why I'm saying do it. It's free speech. I can say, but he's going to sit here and he's going to use these tools that are supposed to combat real terrorism, real threats, just against civilians that are, again, speaking out against legitimate things Donald Trump is doing, of course. If that's not the most obviously strange thing, that's clear why they would do that. It makes them look guilty. Very next statement. That is very close to textbook First Amendment retaliation, even if they try to wrap it in indecency or broadcast standards language. Yeah, you're just attacking free speech. It doesn't matter. Number 2, the Charlie Kirk aftermath, speech crackdown on critics. You mentioned Charlie Kirk, and yes, what's happened around his assassination is one of the clearest current examples of a broader free speech crackdown. After Kirk in September 2025, Trump Vice President J.D. Vance and senior officials publicly vowed consequences for people who celebrated or even criticized Kirk. This is cited 3 different times: PBS, The Washington Post, and Wikipedia. According to multiple reports, AP, NYT, and PBS, hundreds of people, including teachers, professors, nurses, firefighters, even some military and Secret Service members, were suspended, fired, or investigated over social media posts about Kirk that were critical, mocking, or perceived as insufficiently respectful. Gee, I wonder what's happening, guys. I wonder what's happening to my channel since I defended Kimmel. I wonder what's happening. Administration officials directly joined and amplified this. Vice President Vance told Americans to report uncivil speech about Kirk to employers and authorities, explicitly demanding those people lose their jobs. Are you kidding me? Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced that non-citizens who celebrated Kirk's death would be deported, and the State Department began working to revoke visas on that basis. Interesting. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth ordered his staff to identify and purge military members who mocked or criticized Kirk's death. What? So, these people in our military that have fought for our country and stood by did more than Hegseth ever will, and they're being purged for free speech. What the And you think he's not messing around with AI? You really think? Again, this is the stuff that you guys, nobody knows, nobody's talking about this. I have heard nothing of this. And you think that this guy, again, I'm the one saying these things. I don't hear anything about this, and you wonder why I'm being screwed with. Oh, shouldn't be. Shouldn't be a wonder, guys. It really should not. Holy cow. Trump himself threatened that networks that criticized him or Kirk too harshly could face broadcast license revocation, again using a state power as a club against free speech. I've heard him say that, actually. I heard him say, he was standing on Air Force One, and he said, yeah, I think he should lose his license, or something like that. That's what he said. Paraphrasing, but it was that. I remember that. Why can't you just let, these people are such children, they can't take what Kimmel says? Why can't you just let him speak his mind? Because he's right? Yeah. Otherwise, it doesn't hurt anything to let him... You guys remember what I've always said. If all these people come into my chat and want to force their stupid opinions on you and stuff like that, the whole point is that clearly they have nothing valid to say about you elsewhere. Clearly they have to come in and show up, to make, things look a certain way for you and screw up what you're trying to do. Because again, nobody's paying attention, nobody cares. Yeah. So that's the same thing. That's what Trump's doing. Nobody cares, nobody's paying attention. Literally, everything says a lie, and now everybody's watching what all the like Kimmel's saying, everybody, yeah, they're all hanging on to it, and it's kind of like making sense, and it's funny, and it's just a joke. So he starts attacking these people just because he can't take it. He can't take that it's right. It's a correct critique. So instead of fixing it, he just becomes a flailing child. Civil liberties and legal organizations have been blunt about this. The ACLU and others describe this as a forceful crackdown on speech, part of a broader pattern under the second Trump administration. The Foundation the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, FIRE, and multiple legal scholars say the government's role in pushing for firings inches this closer to McCarthyism and is likely unconstitutional in many cases. Media and academic commentary repeatedly describe it as a campaign to punish dissent, not merely to prevent incitement. So yes, there's strong mainstream evidence that the administration is using the threat of state power, jobs, visas, licenses, investigations, as retaliation for political speech, particularly around Kirk and the MAGA movement. Broader pattern pressure on media, NGOs, and protest. Beyond Kimmel and Kirk, reporting from PBS and others shows Trump threatening to revoke TV broadcast licenses, filing lawsuits against outlets whose coverage he doesn't like, and trying to bend newsrooms' behavior. Behavior experts say echoes authoritarian efforts to chill critical media. And we're going to get to this, but I agree. Like, basically, I think this might even be the next thing. I'm not sure. Basically, it's very easy to tell that that a lot of this is mimicking behavior he's trying to get other really rich people that are dictators of other countries to like him. So again, let me continue where we went, but just don't forget that this is all about getting on the like other people's good side and stuff like that. And like countries that we wouldn't align with, that we shouldn't. So anyway, let's see here. The Open Society Foundations, GeorgeSoros.org, says the administration has pushed DOJ and IRS investigations into them based on accusations they fund left-wing unrest or Antifa, and they're preparing legal action to protect grantees' speech and protest rights. That's a little bit messed up. Let's see. Rights groups like the ACLU summarize this as an enthusiastic abuse of power to intimidate critics, targeting progressive groups, campus activism, and media, and explicitly frame it as a sustained attack on free speech in the second Trump term. These are all cited, again, this citing American Civil Liberties Union. You can look up these articles, Protecting Free Speech in the Face of the Government. That's the name of that article. American Civil Liberties Union, again, citing it again. It's the same article. Trump expands authoritarian free speech crackdown, Democracy Now! And Capital B News, black students, workers hit in Trump's speech crackdown. So your core point that there is a live ongoing pattern of First Amendment type violations and chilling of dissent is strongly supported by current reporting and by mainstream civil liberties organizations, not just fringe sources. So this feels like a lot of this feels like it's just restating, but again, saying it, using some core points from before to explain, why this is more, why this seems more focused on critics and stuff like that. And that is some valuable information there. That's incredible. Number 4, how Jimmy Kimmel fits into the Charlie Kirk crackdown. So yeah, just basically what I was saying. It's gonna now use what we were just talking about in that section probably, and sort of do that. You also said don't be afraid to include what Trump tried to do to take Jimmy Kimmel off the air, all while looking suspicious around Charlie Kirk. Those are actually the same story arc. Kimmel criticized Trump MAGA politicization of Kirk's murder. MAGA allies plus FCC Chair Carr threatened stations and ABC. ABC suspended Kimmel's show, affiliates pulled it, and Trump cheered from the sidelines. We have 6 different articles cited here. That's not just Trump hates Kimmel. It's Trump and his administration using state levers, FCC, licensing, threat of regulation, to punish a critic in the middle of a political crisis. That's exactly the kind of First Amendment violation you're talking about. Interesting. 5, the death penalty piece. What's true and what's still speculative? You also tied this to the fact that Trump single-handedly reinstated the death penalty, so technically he could be organizing black bag operations all while threatening the military that would follow the order with the death penalty for violating their oath. That was my quote. Let's split that into what we know versus what there's no evidence for. What's documented and what's documented and real. On January 20th, 2025, Trump signed Executive Order 14164. Restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety. It lifts the federal moratorium on executions, that weird word, tells the Attorney General to pursue the death penalty for all crimes of a severity demanding its use, and explicitly emphasizes capital punishment for certain crimes, e.g. killing law enforcement, capital crimes by undocumented people. In September 2025, he signed a memo ordering DOJ to fully enforce death penalty laws in Washington, D.C., effectively reintroducing capital punishment there in federally tried cases. Civil rights groups, NAACP, LDF, SPLC, and others, say this is a major extension of federal death penalty use, hits marginalized communities hardest, and is part of a harsher law and order agenda. Lots of sightings here. Legal Defense Fund, LDF condemns President Trump's executive order. Southern Poverty Law Center, Trump's executive order mandating use of death penalty. The Marshall Project, Trump's new executive order to expand the death penalty, and Southern Poverty Law, Trump's executive order mandating the use of death penalty. So you're absolutely right that he's personally set federal policy back towards aggressive capital punishment with his name on the order. What that doesn't legally do, what EO 14164 does not do, it does not rewrite the Uniform Code of Military Justice to say impose the death penalty on any soldier who disobeys his order. So basically he can't. Basically, what that's saying is, like, he really, legally speaking, it's not something he can technically do just because he's signing an executive order that says he does. It does not create a new power for the president to order executions without trial. It operates inside existing federal law. Prosecutors still need charges, trials, capital sentencing procedures, and appeals. So again, like, it is still something that's still requires that process, just as any, like all these other things do. But again, what I was saying, technically there's a legal loophole. He wouldn't technically be able to do that, is what it's trying to say. Under military law, even a very authoritarian leaning government, service members are obligated to refuse unlawful orders, and executing them for that refusal would itself be unlawful. Yeah, exactly. So it's a legal loophole. He can't threaten you. He has free speech, so he can lie, but it's not a real threat. That's the legal loophole. That's what I think. That's the point. Is what a lot of people don't understand. It does not. Hold on. Lost my track here. Sorry. A death sentence for a service member would require a general court-martial with legal process and appellate review. Yeah, I'm sorry, appellate review. The black bag operations plus, threatening soldiers. Black bag operations plus threatening soldiers part. This is where I need to be very clear. Okay, let's be clear. There is no public evidence right now that Trump has ordered black bag operations inside the U.S., and I agree with that. That's what we're hearing anyway. Or that he's threatening soldiers en masse with the death penalty to force them to carry out legal operations. Now remember, I never said en masse, so it's offering that. So that's another thing where it's sort of kind of giving me en masse. It's offering. I never actually said. So remember, that's another thing where that's sort of kind of leaning bias, sort of en masse. Well, why is it saying it? I never, the whole point is he doing it at all? If such a program existed, it would be a huge scandal and a serious crime. We'd expect leaks, whistleblowers, investigative reporting, lawsuits, etc. Nothing like that has surfaced in reputable reporting as of now. So, that's good, I guess. So, your fear makes emotional political sense given the direction of his policies and rhetoric, but as of what we can actually see, there's evidence of a hard right death penalty agenda and illegal crackdowns on dissent, not evidence of a formal program of death penalty threats to coerce the military. I like the way it says that too, illegal crackdowns on dissent. So it is confirming, yeah, that flat out, that is happening. They are illegally cracking down on anybody that tries to speak out about them. Illegally. It's illegal. But again, no evidence of the threats or the black bags that I spoke of. I don't. Now remember, some of this is coming from like the questions that are being asked in Congress and stuff, where people aren't answering them, take long to answer them, or something like that. But I will say that they did answer eventually. He did eventually. Patel eventually did say no. To my knowledge, no, there hasn't been. So he did eventually. I'm pretty sure that was exactly how he answered that to his knowledge. I don't want to minimize your concern. I just have to keep a clean line between documenting. Exactly. And that's what I appreciate, the fact that it's going, to that mile to tell me that between documented reality and what could hypothetically happen. Good. Where this leaves your overall point. Putting it together, you argued Trump is violating free speech rights of U.S. civilians. Recent evidence supports a strong version of that claim. Government pressure via FCC leading to Jimmy Kimmel's suspension for political speech. Administration-backed reprisals, deportation threats, and purges of critics after the Charlie Kirk assassination. broader pattern of threatening media licenses, weaponizing investigations, and targeting NGOs and protesters. You also tied this to the death penalty expansion. That part is factually real and heavily criticized, but the specific scenario of Trump using it to secretly force the military into illegal black bag ops is, at this point, speculation, not evidence. And yes, you were making a coherent, serious point about a president who, first, expands the state's power to kill, and two, uses the state's power to punish speech. And I initially responded by over-focusing on defending the AI instead of just walking through the facts with you. That's on me. Just admit it's owning that. Yeah. Okay. So, let's get to the next part here. Let's get to the next part here. Going back to Trump misusing the military, can you relate this to the fact that this is sort of how Putin and other leaders do things that are more like dictators? Then this causes conflicts with countries around them because they do such inhumane things like, the attack on the Venezuelan boat we discussed earlier, or like the example of Russia just randomly invading Ukraine. Can you give me other examples of why this is exactly what causes problems for other countries? Don't be afraid to include that, like those other countries. Trump is also trying to silence free speech, as the media here has freedom of the press. So again, I wanted to try to include that stuff where, we see examples of trying to silence free speech, again, while we have the freedom of the press, while we have the ability to have that, while in other countries they might not, if that makes sense. So we have freedom of speech, freedom of the press here. In other countries, it's actually more legal for them to suppress that than it is here. So just realize that. That's sort of kind of what I'm getting at there. And asking, for them to relate this to, behaviors like exactly what Putin does to confuse his media and the people and manipulate the people in his country to believe what he's saying instead of telling them the truth. Like a war on crime for the sake of just making it look like again, you just want to bomb Venezuela, So anyway, that's a powerful question. And yes, there are striking parallels between what you and critics of Donald Jackass Trump are worried about and the tactics used by authoritarian leaders such as Vladimir Putin and other dictators. When a state leader concentrates power, uses the military or state institutions to silence dissent or impose his will, and undermines civil liberties, that does resemble what political scientists call authoritarian behavior. Below, I map out some of those parallels, describe concrete global examples, and show why. If they take root, such trends tend to destabilize not only domestic politics, so politics that would be on soil, but international relations and global stability. Parallels between Trump-era U.S. behavior, as critics describe it, and authoritarian regime. Here are a few of the ways critics argue Trump, like some authoritarian regimes, is behaving in ways that blur democratic norms, especially when combined with militarized force, and suppression of dissent. Now, think about why we think about fundamentally, academically, just even from an English standpoint, why we call it authoritarian. essentially authority, like the concept of your society having the existence of an authoritative means of governing, where authority over everything, over you, over what's going on, is given to the government. They don't give you the freedoms to entrepreneur, like own this or that. You must bow down to them. So again, just remember, like, even in the name, why you would not want to embrace such a government. Like, it's built right into it, where this is even why we called it this way back. Was the whole point was that we're going to build this into it, where it's in the education you could organically figure out through the name authoritarian. So these root words and understanding academics and education can be important for understanding some stuff, and like how you break it down and figure it out, with facts versus just trusting a completely invalid definition of what it actually is. Just like when people these days are completely afraid of the word socialism, just because of what it means, because it sometimes in some people's minds is there's socialism in communism, where that's the most extreme version of it. But just because there's socialism and somebody is sort of socialist doesn't mean that those values are just communist, like to the most extreme. No, it just means, again, or a democratic socialist. Wow, even better, because the whole point is they support the concept of your right to choose laws and democracy and freedoms, but then all while understanding if you have too much competition, capitalism wins, which is what I keep talking about. And then you see my malicious bit rate, where we're having this censorship, where they do not want you to hear this. This is it. This is the point. Trump is a fascist. He supports authoritarian Hitler-like things. Okay? Supporting democratic socialism, again, that's the whole point. You're just talking about limiting it to a more reasonable scope, not one. We're not talking about one. That would be communism. That would be totalitarian or something. It wouldn't be democracy. The whole point is, like, you have a standard for Blu-ray. You have a Bluetooth standard. There's not like a bunch of technologies other than Bluetooth. DVDs, CD, we all decide on this. So why not adapt this concept again on a more stable means for your economy, where you just have too many rich people trying to expand like this big industry that's already like too saturated for the market, where again it's capitalism taking over. You just have too many companies capitalizing on this market, where all these people are just buying these crap parts or something like that, and they're just getting away with being a crap company or something, and it bogs down the whole thing. So that's where you should embrace socialism correctly. I just wanted to throw that out there before I get into this, that you don't have to go crazy about somebody that's a democratic socialist just because they embrace some socialist policies. No, again, they're if they support democracy, if they again support your right to choose and vote and say, then you would have a say in that. Then the whole point is they would gauge based on what you like and your preferences what that scope would be then. And again, not have that limited to probably one, but again, because the people wouldn't like that, limiting it to obviously the big main ones, the ones that would stick around, that they could hold their own and not take advantage of people. So you would investigate and you would figure that out. So the whole point is that you can't You can't condemn a way of thinking just because, you know, you want to embrace a couple of ideas from it. Don't label all socialism as communism, because like that's the point. That's an extreme of that where it's all of it instead of just, you know, like a little bit of here, a little bit of democracy here, a little bit of capitalism here, and everybody's happy. Okay, let me get into this now. Again, parallels between the Trump era U.S. behavior, as critics describe it, and authoritarian regimes. Here are a few ways critics argue Trump, like some authoritarian regimes, is behaving in ways that blur democratic norms, especially when combined with militarized forces and suppression of dissent. Pattern: use of military power beyond standard war zones. How it appears under Trump, or is alleged. The 2025 military strikes on suspected narco trafficker boats near Venezuela. You know, like just framing it as that, you know. And then, you know, like essentially just doing that, and, you know, no due process, and then resembles authoritarian dictatorship-like behavior. Why? You know, again, authoritarian regimes often use military security forces to enforce domestic or extrajudicial agendas rather than defend against external threats. Rather than be defensive, again, it's just there. Pattern: bypassing normal judicial or law enforcement channels. How it appears under Trump, or is alleged, instead of arrests, drones, fighter jets strike vessels with no transparent evidence made public. So again, that's what happens, literally just doing it. And then again, why this resembles authoritarian dictator style behavior. Authoritarian governments often bypass due process using force and ambiguous national security justifications. There's several different sightings here. Like all these are cited. Suppressing dissent or controlling media information. How it appears under Trump. Efforts reported by analysts to silence or pressure critics. Media crackdown on dissent, attempts to influence media behavior. So like people, you know, that are analyzing and putting it together, and then, you know, essentially efforts to crack down on, you know, those that would be talking and putting it together for people. And then again, resembles authoritarian dictatorship behavior, similar to how dictators control the press, censorship, propaganda, shutting down critical outlets. Pattern: using security or emergency pretext to expand powers. How it appears under Trump, the U.S. campaign against drug traffickers using the language of terrorism and national security and invoking military force. Resembles authoritarian dictatorship-like behavior. Many authoritarian regimes justify repressive or extra-legal actions under security threats or terrorism subversion. And this is why the U.S., they'll just endlessly claim the U.S. does everything, because we have so much global presence. It's very easy for Putin and other countries over there to just be like, oh, it was the U.S.'s fault. Because we're always everywhere. But again, we have legal and due process. They don't act unless they're told to. So under Trump, I believe that. But under a democratic leadership, again, they're going to follow orders, and they do due process. They have meetings. They're not going to do anything unless, again, provoked or they're taking care of an issue. The U.S. doesn't meddle. They really try not to meddle. That's the whole point. Trump wants to, under the guise of not meddling, meddle. Everything's opposite. Okay, just remember that. He's just blowing up a boat from Venezuela for no reason whatsoever. Eroding checks and balances, undermining democratic institutions, literally what I was just saying. How it appears under Trump, according to civil liberties trackers, concerns about ignoring Congress, weakening judicial review or oversight, expanding executive military power. Resembles authoritarian or dictatorship-like behavior, That is a core feature of authoritarian regimes, concentrating power in the hands of the executive, disabling institutional constraints. This is laid out like a graph. It's very easy to see. When these behaviors accumulate, aggressive foreign military action, suppression of dissent, and press, expanded executive power under security pretenses, they shift a polity away. I use that word. They shift a polity away from democratic norms and towards authoritarian models. That's why many critics increasingly draw the analogy between Trump's second-term posture and dictator-style governance. Examples from other countries, what would happen when leaders do this for real. Looking at regimes that have followed this path can help show the dangers. Here are some real-world examples. Vladimir Putin's Russia, especially post-2022 Ukraine invasion. After Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the government passed laws criminalizing fake news about the military and suppressing any media or individuals who questioned or criticized the war, which you all know we do, and plenty of people do here. Independent outlets, newspapers, TV, radio were shut down, licenses revoked, websites blocked, dissenting journalists jailed or forced into exile. The regime used military force to invade another sovereign country, claiming security or special operations pretext, a textbook case of authoritarian aggression justified by national security propaganda. Historic Latin American dictatorships. Under leaders like Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines, media was seized, critics jailed, and public dissent suppressed during martial law, with mass arrests, censorship, and government-controlled propaganda. Wow. In many such regimes, military or security forces were deployed internally to quash dissent, often with impunity under stability or national security justifications. Give me a second, I'm going to grab a drink. Like, look at this. Bitrate shifts around maliciously. Ridiculous. As soon as I was gone, they were shifting that bitrate around. Okay. Now, modern authoritarian regimes use digital repression. According to recent studies, many authoritarian regimes now use internal surveillance, social media manipulation, content filtering, and digital censorship to silence dissent, sometimes using disinformation and fake news laws as pretext. So they'll make a fake news law in this other country. So like basically they're making laws to lie and stuff like that. Like that's what goes on in other countries. That's what essentially would happen here if you would get rid of the Constitution, where basically this protects all of you. Like it's a set of due process rules that protects all of you from stuff like this, where you'd have checks and balances to make sure you're not taken advantage of. And yeah, like this is the whole point. You just have somebody that makes stuff up as they go along. Well, they're just going to be like, oh, that's misinformation. That's not right. And they're just going to lie and just be like, well, there's a law that says if I say that's misinformation. You see what I'm saying? So that's the point. They're just saying certain things are misinformation, even if they're not. It's not accurate. They're just lying about it. That's the idea, and that's sort of what Trump has always done. That's why he is very dictator-like. Anyway, when a state suppresses free speech and political dissent, it often undermines civil society, discourages protest, and enforces fear, a feedback loop that entrenches power. Yeah, for sure. Why this pattern creates problems abroad and domestically, even if it starts with good intentions. When a leader or government starts down this path, military force plus suppressed dissent plus expanded executive power, big problems often follow. International instability and conflict. If a powerful democracy starts acting like an aggressive regime, military strikes, regime changes, tactics, extrajudicial violence, other countries lose trust, alliances break down, and there's a greater risk of war. Human rights abuses and extrajudicial killings without transparent law enforcement and judicial oversight. State violence, like the boat strikes, can kill innocent people, civilians, or low-level actors without accountability. So keep in mind they're keeping the views at a certain number now. That's why they're doing that. So notice these 3 concurrents. This is what YouTube was doing before, where they were keeping the views to like a 2 and 3 concurrent for the longest time and just lying about the views. That's how I was confirming, was, we would get somebody to come in the stream, and they would say they'd come in the stream, and I wouldn't see a slightest bit difference in the view count, like just literally just completely lying. And this is how we would catch it. So this is what they're doing now. They're just keeping the view count at a certain number, just like they were doing before, and shifting the bit rate around as more people would come in. See, there it is. So as more people would come in, as I'm saying this, because it would cause people to come in, they do this so that way all those people wouldn't hear what I'm saying and wouldn't come in, and I wouldn't get that trending. So the more I talk about that, the more they're just going to shift it around. And again, the more you're going to see that low number, that low concurrent, where again, the whole stream, we've never seen it this low. The lowest it's been before this was 42. We've never seen it this low. And now it's just sitting at 3 and 4. Yeah, we know what they're doing. They're just cycling it like before. And shifting the bit rate around to lie about it. These, again, that's what they've been doing for years. And so as we called it out, and shitloads of people came in to try to prove it wrong, they started to see that I wasn't wrong, that I wasn't. That was the whole point. Was people were like, holy shit, they really are removing all these views. That was the whole point. Was people are starting to realize it, and so you see it. You see that, like, again, as I would talk about this and more people would come in and try to watch the stream and try to hear what I'm saying, they're just going to shift the bit rate around maliciously to prevent these people, again, from hearing it trending in the algorithm where they would normally come in and organically, hear what I was saying and stuff like that, where it's just to mess with the view. That's it. All right, so pretty crazy. And yeah, it's all just Donald Trump. Because again, the U.S. is so important on the global scale to the rest of the world. And Donald Trump's just a child. Okay. So, erosion of democratic norms, suppressing free speech, press and dissent undermines the foundations of democracy. Sooner or later, political oppression becomes impossible and abuses go unchecked. Normalization of violence and fear. Once military intervenes or death penalty threats become normal, it opens the door to future abuses, internal crackdowns, black bag operations, expanded surveillance, all under the guise of security. This is what we're talking about. Direct your attention to the likes as we get all these views and people are coming in. So they're not going to shift their... So since we talked about it, and since we made it very obvious it's happening, now again the likes start going down. So where the person had all these likes on here, and now the likes are just all being removed. So draw your attention to that, where now it's the likes now. Instead of the bit rate, instead of the views, now it's the likes. Where they're removing all the... Yep. So, and then as soon as I say that, bam. Incredibly malicious bit rate. Nothing else is making that shit move around. Donald Jackass Trump. It's literally all it is. Donald Jackass Trump. And the point is to, again, like this, mask it, just as this is saying, mask it under the guise of security and checks and balances. Oh, he's doing this, and he's doing this, and he's doing this. Dur. Economic and social destabilization. Authoritarian tactics often stifle innovation, free expression, civil society, and global cooperation, harming long-term economic growth, which is what happened to Russia, social progress, and international cooperation. Russia was destroyed by Putin. Putin lied to his people. He assassinated the competition. They have elections in Russia. Putin has rigged his elections since forever, assassinated the competition, and literally done this forever. So again, maybe Trump is a fucking retard and actually thinks that Putin's doing it right. I don't know. Maybe. But either way, modeling this behavior to what we actually had that's so great, that did make America so great, you're gonna do the opposite. You're gonna destroy it. It's going to literally do the exact opposite. And that's exactly what happened to Russia. They even have red, white, and blue as their fucking colors. Like, the whole point is this is clearly to play games with people. Okay, the Soviet Union was disbanded. You remember that? Okay, Putin, and then he comes into power. He's somewhat younger guy, low-level KGB, all this stuff. And, he's supposed to have an election. He's supposed to just be elected out of office eventually. He's not supposed to forever be the president. They have an election process. So why is there never been... That guy's been president. Jeez, I mean, come on. We pull up pictures of him still president during W. Bush, during Clinton. The guy, Putin, was... Okay? So, it's not okay. Like, realize where Trump has kind of let it slip that he is modeling himself after this guy, that he likes Hitler, he likes Putin, he likes people like this, that take what's not theirs. Sort of like what Trump does. So, anyway. In short, what may begin as a strong action against crime or threats can morph into state overreach, repression, and international aggression, and history shows that's rarely reversed easily. Yeah. So basically, an example of this is where you see North and South Korea, where North Korea is struggling, or totalitarian society, a bunch of retards. And then South Korea, that again became a lot more like the U.S. Have, those people have choices and stuff like that. And, the whole point is you see the difference where the South Korea, they have culture, they have an economy, they have people that go to work and can earn way more and stuff like that, and you tax that and stuff. And then meanwhile, you have north of that, you have a bunch of retards endlessly working to give everything to one guy. One dude. Again, like everybody... Even in the one main city that they have, Pyongyang, even in this one main city where all these rich people live, it's still controlled. It's still very controlled. And you go beyond that, it's all poor. They can't even grow crops. Because again, one guy, the leader of this country, is rich. And he takes everything. And all because of this. All because they want to endlessly lie to their people about how they... And again, none of them... Again, remember, that country isn't even on our top 8 lists of top most populated countries. They're not even close to world power, like they lie to their people that they are. If anything, South Korea could probably annihilate them as far as, like, not like military, I'm just meaning, like, as far as like culture and like economy and like education and like so many other things, they could annihilate the country. And then again, you're gonna sit here and say that you should a dictatorship or authoritarian is again, you have an example right there where one made the choice and people are again still thankfully being able to get free and stuff like that, but it is regularly like they play psychological warfare with them across the border and all kinds of crap. And again, the whole point is one is a controlled society. They lie about everything, manipulate the media. I mean, geez, Kim Jong Un. They try to say the guy doesn't defecate. Okay, I mean, come on, they like things like that. And this guy is rich and everything goes to him. No, your country is literally just endlessly dying, and everybody is pointless. Because that is the point. Everything is pointless except this one guy. He's worshipped. So, yeah, that's the reality, and that's a dictatorship. That's what you need to understand. He becomes the thing that again, it says right in that book that you all read that you don't put anybody else first. Okay, so why would you do it with a leader? Anyway, I pretty much covered what it's going to say, why it matters, and it happens in like a democracy like the U.S. It undermines civil liberties, free speech, free press, right to decide. It weakens institutions meant to restrain power, courts, Congress, free press, civil society, and damages international standing. Other nations may view the country as unpredictable or dangerous. Yes, it erodes public trust once people believe that dissent can lead to retaliation. May self-censor democracy becomes hollow. It may spark domestic conflict, protest, repression, political violence as different groups clash over civil rights. So the parallels you draw between authoritarian governments like Russia and what's happening now under the Trump administration are not just academic. If allowed to continue, they could reshape the U.S. and the world, not for the better. What observers, experts are warning about? A recent analysis in the American Autocracy Threat Tracker lists among the biggest risks under Trump: wielding the military to suppress civil dissent, attacking the free press, undermining the rule of law, and politicizing federal agencies. Scholars of authoritarianism argue that unrestricted executive and military power, combined with suppression of dissent and media, leads to political stagnation, loss of civil rights, and economic backwardness. I would agree with that. Again, the economic backwardness, where Putin endlessly destroyed his economy by trying to just be rich. Let's see, the bit rate shifts around. Like, I'm speaking truth. The second that starts with that. You know that I'm speaking truth the second that starts with that. Literally, what they're doing, I see it now. I actually see it. What they're doing is, the person that's kind of exacerbating this is hitting the laugh emoji. And they're trying to cover it up. I see it. Because I see the laugh emoji come through for half a second, and then they shift the bitrate around all over the place. Yep, there it is. So this is the point. This is what they've been doing. I see it for like half a second, and then they shift the bitrate around all over the place. They're literally doing this just because the person's hitting the laugh emoji. Who the fuck cares? Like, why are you doing that to my channel, trash tube? Like, now I've seen it enough times to follow the pattern. Now I've seen it. Like, yeah, you sit here and say, obviously Trump, too, when that was happening with Trump, too. But now I see a different pattern. Now I just see it, like, literally just the person does the laugh emoji. I see it for half a second, the fucking bitrate. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, anyway, wow. Scholars of authoritarianism argue that unrestricted executive and military power combined with suppression of dissent in media leads to political stagnation, loss of civil rights. I already read this. Economic backwardness. So yeah, basically, as we were talking about the economic backwardness with Russia, that's obviously referring to what Putin did with their economy, where he literally just endlessly made them bankrupt by lying. Just always covering it up. It's not this, it's this. It's those damn Ukrainians. We need to invade. Like just this stuff. And then, like, he does, but it never fixes the problem. Well, that's why. Because all he's doing is covering up, distracting you with something else. Ridiculous. In global context, regimes that use these tactics, media control, propaganda, repression, secret politicizing, extrajudicial violence, end up isolating, economically stunted, and internationally condemned. I agree with that. Yes, economically stunted, yes. Like Putin. Like Russia. And then he just makes it even worse by just randomly destroying Ukraine for no reason whatsoever. Or trying to. And failing. Again, Russia had an election process. They always did. Putin has been rigging their elections for a long time. Now that guy's, again, he I don't even remember exactly how long he's been president, but longer since probably before Bill Clinton. I think it was around the first Bush, right? I don't remember. But he's been president a long time. Might have even been longer than that. So, again, I'm pretty sure it's before Clinton. They have an election process. Okay? He just he literally, you can find evidence of this. You can find it. He assassinates the competition. Now, he tries to have this removed from the internet. So that's why they're attacked. Like, literally, they hate the fact that I found this out and I remember it. Because they probably paid lots of money to have this removed from the internet. Yada, yada, yada. But it's true. I think that they had an election and somebody won. And so he got the guy assassinated. I think that was the idea. And then there was a guy that was going to testify of election fraud, and then he was assassinated. This is Putin. This is what he does. What to watch? Because it's still partly preventable. If you care about preserving democracy and preventing authoritarian drift, these are the warning signs I'd watch for. Large-scale military operations by a democratic government without transparent legal or congressional authorization. Use of national security or counterterrorism labels to justify bypassing due process. Oh yeah, and he's doing that. Increasing legal or regulatory pressure on media outlets, social media platforms, or independent content creators. Oh yeah. Oh, now imagine that. Oh, yeah, imagine that. Increasing legal or regulatory pressure. Yeah, okay, imagine that. Claims that dissent is dangerous or critics are traitors or terrorists. Erosion of checks and balances, weakening courts, ignoring Congress, sidelining oversights, etc. Expanded surveillance, secret operations, unexplained detentions, and targeting of journalists. When those accumulate, that's when a democracy starts acting like a dictatorship, even if some parts are normal civil society still exist. My thought, what you're observing is part of a larger pattern, but it is not guaranteed to become a dictatorship yet. I believe your instincts are spot on here. There are worrying parallels between rising authoritarian behavior globally and some of the actions taken by the U.S. under Trump. The U.S. is very different institutions, laws, culture, history, but power concentration plus military abuse plus suppression of dissent plus media pressure is a familiar authoritarian recipe. And that's all what he's doing. Now notice how there's all these people in the stream, and as they've been shifting around the bit rate, this view count hasn't really moved. It's just sitting at 122. So keep that in mind too. Like, remember, we saw a bunch of people come in, and even earlier, the whole point is you see those huge amounts of views get counted, and then they just take them off. So they're shifting the bit rate, remember, to, again, yes, as I say certain things to throw you off and this and that, but again, just mainly for the purpose of removing all these views, essentially just not counting them so that my channel doesn't, again, people just think it's, not what it actually is. And so that's why we're documenting, again, all these people that really are actually in the stream. Again, it doesn't matter, even if, again, we have examples of this happening where you have all of these views and stuff over the years that we've been on YouTube, that we've seen this stuff. And again, the whole point is that you don't see thousands of views on a stream for all of these, regularly, for all the, just generally speaking, en masse, we don't regularly see thousands of views randomly just being removed from a view count, essentially, where X amount of time, a long time, there are thousands of viewers in here. And then even, again, as you see this average view duration, that doesn't make any sense either. Like, basically the whole stream, we've been going almost 3.5 hours now, and you're trying to say the average view duration is only 7 minutes. Well, that's the point. They're trying to really limit this. This would be a lot higher. The whole point is there are people watching the whole stream. I'll bet Chris is still in here. The whole point is a lot of these people are watching the entire stream. So they're trying to mess with that. Because it's not the case for a lot of streamers. A lot of streamers, it's not the case. A lot of streamers, this is what they get. But we actually do have people in here watching the whole stream. They're trying to mess around with that. They're trying to throw shade on it any chance they get. So just want to remind you that view count hasn't moved. You see all these people in here. Ridiculous. That's absurd. What matters now is whether people, citizens, civil liberty groups, courts, Congress, media hold the line and resist the drift, or if they don't, the risk is real. That the U.S. could lose key democratic characteristics. So, again, you don't want to head forward into the concept of losing democracy, because this is what gives you your rights. This is what gives you your freedoms. Under the guise, this guy would make you think, you're getting more freedom, and stuff like that. Less government and stuff. It's just a lie, obviously. He gets rid of all these things that protect you, that give you these services. Obviously, it's clearly a lie. Obviously, it's manipulative. It's to convince you that you don't need these things, so that way he can just momentarily decide whatever he wants about what you say and stuff. And again, remember, he's the one that took Kimmel off the air. He took credit for that. He did. And this guy's a critic. He has a right to his free speech, and it's literally what he does. People expect to hear it. and he takes credit for that and thinks, that it's this is how we act. This is how this should be looked at. No. No, you need rights. You need free speech, just like as Trump has every right to criticize and lie. And he shouldn't, because he's the president. So he has a bit more of a public service to not do that. But he's obviously a criminal taking advantage of the office. So. This is pretty much all I have for you today on this particular subject. But the point of controlling these views, as you can see, we have thousands of views in here. I'm going to show you this. So we have thousands of views in here. As you can see, concurrence the whole time of thousands, okay? And YouTube really is trying to convince you people that the views are 124 on this stream. And this is what I see all the time. Even, again, last night I told you, as you guys were watching, I was sitting in here streaming. All these people were coming in. And the more that would come in, I would just see this view count go down instead of up. So literally just doing the opposite that it's supposed to do. Where the more people that come in, this number does the opposite. So if you remember a long while ago, we saw an example of this number actually going negative. And that would have shown almost anybody what was going on. And that only happened one time and they fixed it. Like, they made sure that was never going to happen again. It went negative. So the whole point is that that's exactly what they're doing. Anything where I would get a trending and it would take care of that, they have designed an AI to do the opposite. It literally just takes control of the stream and does something. Whether it be to lock the view of the likes, remove some likes, lock the view duration, lie about it. You'll see parts of this graph jump around and shift and change over time, and that shouldn't. Like, it is a graph tracking valid numbers throughout this. Why would a graph... Are you time traveling? Is the stream time traveling? That's how you should look at that. It's a graph. You don't change a graph. It is what it is. So, all these things where clearly the system is designed to work against as soon as I would have trending, it does the exact opposite. Breaks something, does something, exact opposite. Yet, for Trump, all these channels for Trump, you can just start, and overnight you'll have all these fucking viewers and you'll be super popular. And again, that's why this is happening. You have these retards that don't have anything valuable to offer. They're just showing up to interview Antifa. Again, these groups that don't necessarily align with democratic opinions. They're just extreme groups, and they know that, and they're intentionally under the guise of Trump. And they just skyrocket the next day to this, all these subscribers. Yeah, we see what's happening. Where we have thousands of people in here all the time, and I have really good content, thought-provoking content. And all the time, these retards just do retarded shit. Dumb, retarded shit. And they get tons of views and subscribers just for dumb, retarded shit. But again, the whole point is they're supporting Trump. So we see what's happening, where people are content creators. It's a true dictatorship, but they're lying. It's a true dictator. They're just lying about it being a dictatorship. In real time, it is fascism. And this is what you got to realize about what is happening here on my channel. It's fascism in real time. That is what you're seeing. You are seeing the country descend into fascism. So, again, when you are a blatant retard, and all you do for your research is, well, a bunch of ICE agents arrested some people in this city, so we're going to show up and we're going to talk to some Antifa that's protesting ICE. And that's it. That's like literally that's the reason why, because again, you're just against the idea of it. You know, you don't understand why it's being protested. You paint the picture that it's for this reason. That's your very compartmentalized view. You don't back up the other side. You don't say, again, credibly what it's for, what it's helping. You know, you don't offer that. You don't have anything credible to say. You just go, well, Antifa's bad. And then you start interviewing people. That's basically what you do. That's what these retards do. They have nothing to say. They just show up and act like retards. And then so they end up looking exactly the same as the people that they're trying to make look bad. So then, thus, you wind up wondering why the only people that anybody listens to are like actual credible podcasters and stuff like that. Because nobody trusts the media anymore. Nobody trusts Trump anymore. No, you can't trust, like, again, half these streamers are just on here to make money. So yeah, that's what's happening. And yeah, he's like, again, anybody that does that, devoid of logic, and you know, very like kind of like, you know, it's the sort of thing where like the IQ isn't there. You know, there was, you know, they're using this for some sort of benefit. You know, like it's not for academics. It's not to help. It's to benefit from it. You know, that's not IQ. That's not he wanted to learn something. That's, let's film a bunch of people that we think look stupid. Like that's a jackass does that. You know, again, journalists will show up, be pleasant, talk about not a propaganda tool, not well, some ICE arrested some people here, so that's why Antifa's here. Let's go ask him to... Not your opinion, not your stupid political reason why, but no, the real journalist will show up and be like, well, here we are at a protest where, you know, they're you know, claiming that this is happening and this is happening, and so we're here to interview some people. You know, they present the argument, not what you're there to try to make it seem like. That's not journalism. It's fucking manipulation. So, you can look at that all you want, but again, if that's not being regulated, yeah, like, again, if that's not being regulated, well, again, like, what are you doing to me? You're sitting here and you're causing problems for me endlessly? Meanwhile, I'm the one actually sitting here just trying to have credible proof, evidence, putting it all together, trying to speak about it. And a lot of the times that I swear or I speak my mind literally is because I'm being harassed, and you guys know that. It's out of direct result of somebody being an ass. Of course that would be a human natural response. Duh. Just like the Antifa people, where he shows up, everybody knows who he is and what he's doing, and as soon as they know, they can't stand it. Don't talk to this guy, and like they immediately recognize what he's doing. Because the point is, they did the research. If he didn't, he showed up to be an ass. They did the research on him, but he's unwilling to do the research on them. See what I mean? So who's smart there? Who's the one being smart? And again, we've used this in real world where we know who's acting a certain way on the road, just with drivers and stuff in this country. And I've shown you evidence of this. And then flat out, even police don't respond, where flat out they're the ones kind of acting like this too. Where they should be responding to it and they're not. And it's like the sort of thing where it's again, you see the people in the big trucks and the Trump sticker and stuff like that, they want to drive as fast as they want to drive, and you're in their way. And it doesn't matter, if you're going over the speed limit even, or the speed limit, they don't care. They're going to swerve around behind you and be this close to your bumper and try to pressure you to drive faster. That's that behavior. And then the other side, the Democrat, that does also in the wrong. They're also in the wrong. But the point is, one's a little better than the other. Now, again, that's an opinion, but I would agree with it. So, again, what causes more harm? Raging out like a lunatic, where you could literally hit somebody, you're raging, or somebody brake checking where you're causing this and they're reacting and they're just tapping their brakes, getting you to brake. And so, again, it's wrong. You shouldn't do it. You would hit them. But look at the outcomes of both. One would cause a serious accident, could roll the vehicle, one, you're just going to rear end somebody. Okay? Now, both behaviors are being exhibited. Everybody knows everybody's doing this, and everybody knows it's those demographics. It's not just me. Everybody's recognizing that. Okay? Those are the extremes in this country, and you can just see it. One's the left, one's the right. Obviously, the Trumpers are the big trucks and the aggressive people, and the people that are extreme, like real Democratic, Antifa, whatever, want to control, that sort of thing, on the other side of things, they're sitting there brake checking because, they have the right to do that and stuff like that. So again, both are in the wrong, but one is less wrong. One is as a response. One is, look, you're already swerving around behind me or something like that, doing what you shouldn't do. I'm just trying to let you know, if I would have to stop short, you're going to slam into my back bumper, man. So one is that, where how else are they supposed to communicate to you? And one is the behavior of an asshole. So again, one is retaliation, defense, somebody did something first, and the other is literally an attack. Since this is happening all over the country and it's everywhere and we can see it, gee, I wonder which groups of people, and since Trump's the president, and we can deduce this and we can separate them, gee, I wonder who's doing this and causing this. And remember the day of the election, I had all these, remember I was driving around on the road the day of the election, people were tailgating me, fucking acting like nasty assholes. And remember, that was one of the days where I was like, where the hell are all the cops? And it was election day, and people were just freaking out. And that's what I figured out. I was like, oh my god, it is election day, that's why. Like, I had so many people road raging me that day. And it was election day. So again, both are wrong, but one's just human nature. Somebody's responding. And again, I don't justify it. It's still wrong. Don't brake check people. Pull over or whatever if you can. And if you can't, you shouldn't brake check them. But again, one is an attack, a behavior where somebody is being an asshole and acting like a child and aggressive, devoid of logic. And the other is just somebody trying to deal with that. Rational anxiety. Somebody is in a situation where somebody's doing this, could cause an accident, so they're trying to communicate as best they know how. The brake light, I guess. I don't know. the distance your car is from them. What are they going to do? Beep? They're in front of you. So what you have to realize is this is it. This is like, again, people in vehicles and stuff, they're not being dealt with, and the problem escalates. So again, all that police are doing in this country is spying on people, and all automated now. And they're not doing real policing anymore. They're just focusing on all these, like, again, crimination, illegal stuff, like behind the scenes stuff that they shouldn't. Again, they should be out on the streets, and the feds should be doing that stuff. But again, the feds don't know what the hell they're doing under Trump. So you have all these police and stuff like that not able to do what they would normally be doing, because the resources are literally just being stretched thin, where you would get an infrastructure bill and you get something for this, and they just didn't get it. We've talked about this before. If I mention the fact that the police aren't getting their infrastructure bill, we get trending. Because that's a real thing. And they are upset about that. That's a real thing. They know about that. Trump doesn't have an infrastructure bill, literally at all. And that's money. For them. For things like that. He didn't do it. Didn't do it. Oh, but give another lost $1 trillion. So that was probably the budget. Lost $1 trillion, and then gave too much to the military budget. So, gee, I wonder where it is. I often wonder if I'm supposed to comment on these stupid things. Like, again, oftentimes people will come in my chat and just say something that in their mind makes sense, but there's no context. They didn't explain it. They just made a statement, expect you to understand it. This is all the time. So, I need to be honest with you guys. A lot of the reason that this happened is because I actually interact with people, whereas normally streamers don't. I actually engage, which again should get me super chats and all kinds of stuff. So therefore, they're not giving that to me. And you see the result where they're trying to show, like censor what I'm saying. Because again, this is the Trump administration affecting things on this platform. Where if I came on here being for Trump and promoting him, oh man, I would just have endless support and endless super chats and all this, But because I'm actually stating fact and truth, I'm being harassed. Because, he's trying to cover it up. The people that are voting for him, anybody that supports him, again, he can't run again. So again, nobody should be supporting him at this point. You don't gain anything. He leaves office. So you should be demanding. He's a public servant. You should be demanding he does a good job. Like this guy just does all this illegal shit. Fires 17 inspectors general. No. Donald Jackass Trump is a jackass. Donald Trump is a piece of garbage. It's true. He is a piece of garbage, worse than, possibly worse than that. Because remember, this is the same guy that calls military suckers and losers. But remember why he said that? Do you remember? Do you remember why he said that? You don't see. You don't remember, do you? You don't know. He was talking about John McCain. Yeah. This guy was literally a prisoner of war. He survived it. And Donald piece of shit Trump is calling this guy a sucker loser. Because he got captured. That's what he said. He actually said it like that. He likes the ones that don't get captured. That's what he was saying. That's how fucking terrible this guy is. That's disgusting. And remember, John McCain's the guy that, the single vote that voted no that saved you from his pre-existing conditions. Donald Trump bringing back pre-existing conditions that, again, would have been terrible. And remember, this is the guy he's insulting, of course. Now, again, he's a Republican. John McCain is a Republican. So the whole point is like this was probably one of the last Republicans left that couldn't stand the guy that was actually good. And remember what happened last night. Remember we called out Mitch McConnell, and that stuff got real malicious when we started calling out Mitch McConnell, because that does not look good for them. Yeah, I mean, like, we called out the fact this is clearly the Republicans. We sort of proved that last night, that Republicans, like, again, and not even necessarily Donald Trump, but his administration, Republicans. And they are harassing me. And again, while I may call Donald a jackass and stuff like that, okay, and how about all the things and names they called Biden and Obama and stuff? Like, come on. And then you're gonna harass me because, again, I'm saying something. Again, it's true. Again, all I'm doing is calling him a name or something like that. And that thing, man. And yeah, okay. So again, this goes in line with the Brendan Carr thing, the FCC thing, where this faggot that would actually sit here and harass people, because, you know, he has a history. He does. That guy's a criminal. So that's the point. That's who's in charge of the FCC moderation. Somebody with a history like that. So that's the point. He put him in charge of that, knowing this guy would have no problem. No, because he doesn't have integrity. This guy would just have no problem with sitting here and harassing people and being a piece of trash. You know, again, he can't be wrong. He can't be, you know, he has to feel hurt and pressure. He's got to do something about somebody that's talking about him and do. Well, if it wasn't true, like, again, if I'm just saying things, why do you care so much? Again, who the hell am I? You know, you're the head of the FCC. Donald Trump appointed you. You meet with this guy. You know him personally. Who the hell am I? And you're sitting here actually looking this pathetic. Screwing around with my... That's what everybody recognizes. Like, it's that pathetic. And then even calling out the whole Kirk thing, like, the whole point is you needed to recognize how blatantly obvious that was. He was using the Kirk thing already. The whole point was you need to recognize that Trump probably had Kirk assassinated specifically to use this for a pity fest, to get people to feel sorry for Trump. He actually had this guy assassinated. And you need to realize, you need to recognize that that's the only... Because Kimmel says stuff plenty of times. People say stuff plenty of times. Why was it that? Why was that the thing that pissed him off so much? Yeah, because the point is he'd already done this specifically for that. So Trump's all worried, like he always does. Does he know? Does he know? How does he know? You know, like, this is the point. Just like he's doing to me. Where all these Republicans are idiots committing crimes. And because we're saying stuff that sounds like you would figure out what they're doing, they just go around and harass people because they're like, does he know? Does he know? How does he know? I mean, meanwhile, nobody knows anything. The whole point is these faggots are just harassing people because they're committing crimes. So then they just look super guilty. And that's it. This is literally what the Republicans do. And this is why they were always so dysfunctional and not successful in government. Because everybody that was smart decades ago recognized, again, that the better candidates were Clinton, Obama, Biden. And yeah, they got things done. And the Republicans, oh, let's see. George W. Bush destroyed Iraq randomly for no reason whatsoever when we had a surplus. We literally had a positive surplus. There was no deficit. And then George W. Bush randomly destroyed Iraq for no reason whatsoever, all while lying to the people about them having WMDs. Literally just lies. 9/11 happened. He could go after Osama bin Laden and use this and be all, yeah, let's use this and make people care. No! Nope! Doesn't do it. Literally just, oh yeah, this happened. We will never forget. All while saying, we're gonna go and destroy Iraq. This is the fucking Republicans. They're retards. And then he gave us a deficit. We literally had a deficit right after that. So then the Democrat comes in, and they're successful. Obama comes in office, and he's just successful. He just does the opposite. He just creates jobs, stimulates the economy, does all this shit for 2 terms. People love him. He brings people together. Affordable Care Act, bumpy, but yeah, still was a universal health care system when we didn't have one. Pre-existing conditions went away. Obamacare was literally just a fucking website, a way for poor people to sit here and apply for the medical. It was never a permanent thing. Like the Republicans just used Obamacare to label the Affordable Care Act for unintelligent people that don't know that they're separate fucking things. The Affordable Care Act is not Obamacare. It's not what it is. It's literally separate. Obamacare is a fucking website. And then meanwhile, again, Obama is successful. He does things to actually help you. And so Trump comes into office seemingly being complete polar opposite. You know, wins an election all while saying that he could shoot somebody and not lose a single voter and more people vote for him and you don't recognize the pattern of behavior. And then again, he comes into office with a record economic job growth and all this shit Obama did that he could just lay claim to. And trust me, he did. And anything that he couldn't, he signed an executive order getting rid of it. He got rid of economic stimulus organizations that had Obama's name attached to them the very first day in office. Literally just executive order, executive order. It stimulates the economy? That's great. Oh, wait, it says Obama. We got to get rid of that. It's literally all he was doing. And then anything that he couldn't, he just sat here and tried to say it was him. He's like, oh yeah, well, I did this. Obama didn't do this. It's me. Again, George W., same thing. Mitch McConnell, same thing. This freaking guy lies nonstop. George W., again, I don't hate the guy or anything, but it's just awful. He really didn't do much of anything. And meanwhile, the presidents that do things, they're controversial because people are stupid. So they actually do things, and then people are like, "Oh, my opinion is, you're experts that went to political science and have degrees and stuff, and then you're just saying, my opinion." No, it's like the whole point is Obama, even Bush Sr. Like the whole point is Biden, Obama, like all these people did things and tried to do things. Donald Trump doesn't fucking do anything. He gets rid of shit. He bombs boats, killing people. He causes border crises. He literally caused that. So, it's absurd to think that these people that vote for him wouldn't know. It's absurd. They're using it, just as he does. And that's what some people have recognized. We've started to recognize the people just using it for commercial gain. They don't care about the country. They don't care about people. They're using Trump's name for commercial gain. And then all while trying to claim to support him. You're not helping him be successful. You're helping him do the opposite. You're helping him not be successful. You're helping people can't stand what he does. Now, if these idiots would actually think about it long enough, but no. Again, like genius ideas when you come in chat and you just say MAGA 2028. Again, this dumbass never made America great. Democrats did that. I just proved that. In the last 10 minutes, I literally just proved that. He didn't make America great. Never did. Wears a hat that says he's right. He had that embroidered. He has to wear a hat that says he's right about everything. And you don't recognize a child when you see one? Somebody that literally couldn't. I do. I recognize it. He's a child. And again, these Republicans could have helped him. But no. They're stupid. They want to harm you. Nothing they do is conservative. You understand the Republican Party is supposed to be the conservative party. We've talked about this on this channel before. There is zero conservative things about the current Republican Party. Zero. None. Nada. Zip. They do nothing conservative. Flat out give tax breaks to billionaires, to huge companies. It's not conservative, it's the other way around. They increase your taxes. That doesn't help small businesses, it helps big ones. That is not conservative. It's not what it means. If he was conservative, he wouldn't like Putin. If he was conservative, he wouldn't like Hitler. He wouldn't ever use social media. Literally ever. Like literally ever. He would just basically not use it. Like, these are conservative standpoints. And he just blatantly is always the fucking polar opposite. And you can't, again, extrapolate what conservatism means and apply this to what Donald Trump's supposed to be and realize he's the fucking opposite. You can't do that. What the fuck? Then education's a problem, man. Yeah. For sure. Because he ain't conservative. And the Republicans aren't. It's the Democrats. Democrats have been conservative. They've been doing conservative things. Trying to balance the budget. Trying to tell you that the government shutdown sucks. And again, some using it for political, but again, the government shutdown was to try to get you a permanent solution to healthcare cuts. That's conservative. Endlessly letting lobbyists and the pharmaceutical companies have the edge on that. That's the opposite, man. It's like conservative. Are you insane? And then you think that's the Democrats? It's like literally the opposite. It's Republicans. It's all they've ever been doing. They are not conservative. Not. We've done this on the channel. We've defined conservative. We've talked about this. We did that on the stream. We definitely did that before, and like you can see that. You can talk about conservatism not happening, but again, that was another stream that I had a lot of problems with, where it was very obvious this was the dynamic. Where I was, if you guys remember, I used a picture of Putin at Boris Yeltsin's funeral, and the whole point was to show that they were in Russia, and it was Bush Sr. and Clinton. And the whole point was they were standing there being civil in Russia at Boris Yeltsin's funeral. That is a long way off from the relation now. Now, again, I'm not saying, look, Putin obviously made a lot of mistakes. But what Trump is doing, I just, again, if you would have somebody smart in there, they could talk to him. They could, because Putin's not irrational. He's not somebody, like, again, I know that he is a dictator, and I know that it's not ideal to think about him like this, but a president must be willing to accept that it is what it is, and sort of overlook differences in governments and stuff, because you can't momentarily be ticked off at a leader that you, again, your nations would benefit from mutually trying to have a conversation. You shouldn't screw that up by being a jackass. You shouldn't. And so, like you want to condemn the dictatorship and what he does and stuff like that. Sure. Obama did that too. But, do you think that Obama probably could have had a meeting with Putin or something like that, and maybe they could actually have a conversation with each other? Probably. They could probably be adults. I don't know that they would have an agreement on much of anything, because they think very differently. Again, one's a dictator, one agrees with freedoms and liberties and stuff. But just being civil, like the Trump-Mamdani situation, where Democrats and Republicans are just fighting each other. No, stop this. There's no reason. Call it out, state what it is. But again, when you're meeting and you're trying to talk and stuff, stop with this. There's no point on that. Why would you debate the person when you're trying to have an agreement? It's counterproductive. Only debate when it serves a purpose. When it, again, like, that's, these people should endlessly debate. You and I should. They shouldn't be exhibiting this. You and I should, you know. So, I guess that's probably enough. I guess that's probably good spot. I just wanted to throw a lot of that out there where it's kind of obvious who's doing this. You know, we know it's Republicans at this point. Misusing power in the federal government, for sure. I will say one thing. I will say I made them look really stupid in their live stream. They had a live stream the one time where they were signing that bill. Remember the big beautiful bill they passed? And they were celebrating all while screwing you. So the whole point is they're playing the YMCA song over a live stream. They can't do that. It's illegal. And the Republicans, the thing that they always try to get all you with, where you can't live stream like music and stuff, the thing they always try to get all you with and trick YouTube's system, they were doing. They were signing the bill and live streaming the YMCA song, all while signing a bill that, again, would very obviously the village people that performed that song would probably not necessarily agree with. You know, where it's like it's kind of obvious that that's not the message of the song, and Trump just gets freaking sued by everybody because the whole point is he doesn't ask, he just freaking uses it. And again, nobody likes the guy. Like it's not like he's using it, you know, for a creative thing or something like a creator would. He's just using it for his dictator-like agenda, and they don't like that. Like I'm sure they're all for promoting the song, people being like, yeah, share the music and stuff like that. But the moment you sit here and you do something like that, where it's for a you're signing a bill and you're celebrating with their music about taking people's rights, this big, beautiful piece of shit is gonna increase taxes for people and cut medical... cut their medical benefits and shit like that across the board, and you are using that song to celebrate, and they were broadcasting it over the stream. So I was in the stream, and I was like, wow, I can't believe that they're actually sitting here broadcasting music on a live stream, and you know, like so the whole point is the stream came like that stream was done after that. That it was done. Yep. Does that paint the picture for you? So it was probably already on the radar. They're probably already screwing with me. And then I showed up in their stream to do exactly the thing that they've been doing to screw with me behind the scenes the whole time. And the very one time I do it to them, oh, they just can't take this. Oh man, this is... Whew, they can't. They have to sit here forever now and harass and screw around. That's like that. That's the like, you have to recognize that it was very momentary. It was very circumstantial. It was only when we would like get really, really into it. But now it's every stream, and arguably it did escalate quite a bit after this. So we know what it is. We know that they did legal things to find out. Yeah, and the funny thing is, I didn't report the stream. I don't think. I think I was just typing in chat. So you know, they're just blaming it on that. Oh, it must have been him. They're probably like using all like this is how pathetic these people are. They sit here and like attack people because like somebody does to them what they do to other. Like it's just, oh my god, it's so like Republicans are the biggest hypocrites on the planet. They really are. Donald Trump's one of the biggest hypocrites on the planet too. But anyway, that was the thing that happened, and I wanted to tell you about that. Like I was watching that happen. and I was hearing this stupid song being played where again it's a good song, but now it's dumb because now they're taking the fun out of it. They're using it for a political thing, and yep. So that's a problem. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Just like I've always told you, like the message with like music artists and stuff like that. You don't do that with them. You know, like just like you know, if like a lead singer or a guitarist or something wants to have a political opinion and state what that is, don't sit here and then be like, oh, I used to like their music, but now, man, now I don't know, you know, and like, you know, you're clearly a fan, you like their music, but now you're just going to be a complete jerk because this guy's opinion is different than yours. That's really messed up. Like, that is incorrect. You are wrong to do that. Because again, you don't suddenly dislike the music. You've always liked it. It's just now you can't get this thought out of your head where this person looks a different way to you now just because this is how you treat people. You view them differently because they would have a different political opinion than you. And now forever you just hate the artist or something just because they stated their political opinion. What the hell's wrong with you? It didn't change the music. If anything, if it's different than yours, it might make the music better. It's like motivation if they're political and stuff. They have a mind for this. Like, it's inspirational. Who cares? You are not a true fan if you do something. So, like, again, the message with culture, with people and artists and stuff, they're just producing art. Just like a content creator, they're just producing art. Don't go out of your way to hate on them and stuff like that. Again, unless they're causing some sort of uproar or, you know, like something like that. You know, like obviously if they're like totally like screwing with the entire genre somehow or messing things up. All right, that's a little different. You can speak about them because you think they're affecting things in a negative. All right, that's a little different. But again, like if you would boo somebody that comes out on stage just because you found out that their political opinions are different than yours, and this singer comes out on stage and you just have to boo this person just because you're, yeah, like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Aaron Thompson 3291 types in my chat and says meth in all caps. Then says he's a cook. Who are we talking about? Pete Hegseth? Yeah, I would agree. Pete Hegseth does look like he's on meth. I would agree. Or are you talking about Pam Bondi? See, I agree with that. Pam Bondi, she looks like she's on freaking meth. Who else looks like they're on meth? Who was that guy he fired somebody because he was obviously like that. Like too much. See, I think they just hide it. You know, Pam Bondi is sitting there. She can't even answer her question. They're sitting there asking her simple questions. And she's just giggling. What? Never answering it. Never answering the question. Just, it's a yes or no question. She just starts talking about propaganda. Asks a yes or no question. Just starts talking about propaganda. All she has to do is say yes or no. Can't do it. And she, again, starts giggling, you know, like very obviously on drugs, very obviously can't get through a basic hearing. This is the these are the people that these are the people running the country. So Mr. Aaron Thompson 3291 still hasn't told us who this cook is. It just comes in chat. The heck? No follow up. Just meth, all caps. He's a cook. Okay. Brilliant. Yep. I totally know what the f you're talking about. Yeah, so this is this looks like a spam channel. Like, I mean, it's a few years old, but it just looks like there's nothing on it. You just got the default little picture, never changed that. And then, you know, like, it's just somebody's name with the number, you know. So probably like a stolen account or something. So again, the Venezuela situation, to sum it up, shouldn't be happening. Donald Trump is trying to paint this as like some sort of cartel drug problem, when he is the one that literally just randomly destroyed a boat with 11 people. Didn't confirm that all the people were cartel. In fact, some of them are confirmed, again, like fishermen and stuff. Venezuela is saying that they were all civilians, that none of them were cartel. Now, again, obviously, they're probably going to try to lie about the ones that were, or something like that. So, I think, again, there may have been a couple on there. But again, you have to be reasonable about that, where it's a due process. They're supposed to follow that process and not just blow up a ship. Just like any other administration should do. So the point is, it's posturing. It's sort of like dictatorships in other countries where they just blow stuff up with the intent that they're sending a message to the neighboring countries, you know, that this is scary, you know, and stuff like that. No, it's not. It's flat out isn't. All it is predictable. It's not scary. So again, he keeps doing that. He's just predictable. If anything, less scary. So, again, Biden, Obama, all these people, they did it right. They would just never stay, like, we don't talk about that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they would just talk about economy, jobs being created, this, that, and the other thing. You never hear, again, you shouldn't hear about military ops, foreign policy, stuff like that, where... Why is the media so regularly talking about warships and where they are? And no. It's propaganda to politicize the fact that he wants you to be all upset about a drug problem so that you're angry about the immigrants. You're not going to be all upset that he is illegally just trafficking people out of this country. They legally are allowed to be here. We're not talking about the people that hop the fence and stuff. Yeah, asshole streamers are down there recording the people hopping the... And again, that wasn't happening so regularly until Donald Trump started talking about it. But again, we're talking about people that are in sanctuary cities that came through legal ports to claim sanctuary. Just as these asshole streamers are down there recording fucking Border Patrol people that are confirming this too. Even the Border Patrol agent says, you want to come to the border you have to go through legal port of entry and claim asylum. That's it. He even states this. So, like, morons that endlessly politicize this concept that again, you're supposed to be afraid that all these drugs are coming from these Mexicans. No, like, this isn't even, again, Venezuela. That's, again, apparently this cartel in Venezuela and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, fine. But that's, again, talking about Mexico versus Venezuela now. Like this is the whole point. Like, just racial tensions and getting people to be sort of kind of racist a little bit and you know, talk about a border wall and stuff like that instead of just understanding how to deal with the shit. You're just confusing people. So again, people that come through legal points of entry, even as per Border Patrol agents today, would say, legal point of entry. Yes, legal. You can claim sanctuary, come in and live here. That's how you go through the process. So yeah, the idiots that are recording people hopping the fence, sure, that's a problem. But that's not what we're talking about Trump doing. Trump is literally just getting people at Home Depot and shit like that and putting them in buses. We're not talking about the stuff happening actually at the border. And then again, the whole point is you have irresponsible creators sitting here making money off of it, where they go to the city and protest the shit and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Open borders. Like, a concept of the stupidity behind that. Literally, these are people that don't understand that if you have, you know, economy and you have trade and stuff like that, you have to have open borders. So the whole point is Trump wants to push this dictatorship to you where you think this isn't how you do it. You think you shouldn't have open borders. That's what Russia does. That's what fucking North Korea does. The whole point is you have to have trucks in and out. We ship so much shit. We trade so much shit, and you're saying, duh, open borders, duh, because you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. And again, the whole point is that streamer recording that and just standing there with the mic, he doesn't offer anything valuable. He's just going back and forth, hearing these dumb opinions, and having nothing to add except to rile it up even more. So you understand why the intelligent person then, you know, showing up to simply, protest what they know is wrong. The whole point is they might not have a whole bunch of wisdom about the subject, but they're still intelligent enough to know it's right and wrong. The dumb people are the ones that don't. The streamer that's standing there like a retard that doesn't understand what's right and wrong about it. It's that basic. The guy that's standing there trying to get into fights with all these other people just because other, you know, this guy's gay or whatever, so he's like trying to pick a fight with him. Are you kidding? And that's what you're covering? So that everybody can see how much hate is out there and shit? Are you kidding? You got a responsibility and you're being a complete douche. You're not even understanding what you're doing. So This is my point. Nobody can do this. Nobody is intelligent enough to do this anymore. And it's not something that's supposed to sound demeaning or as an insult, but then everybody literally feels insulted because they actually are that dumb. So they personally feel it, and then like they're all emotional toward the person that's trying to just simply help, to let you know that words can't hurt you. Stop being so emotional and retaliatory towards somebody that's literally trying to help you. That's what I'm trying to do. The moment you realize how dumb you are, makes you not dumb. Because you start accepting new information. You accept what somebody would tell you that's different from what you already know. You become smart. It's education, but you didn't learn how to do that. Nobody corrected you in school. You're just endlessly allowed to have these debate topics in politics you talk about in the hallways, but as soon as you get in the classroom, you got to shut up. So nobody's moderating it, and nobody's doing anything about it, and people endlessly just get into these huge loaded things, and probably in schools, maybe it's even causing shootings and stuff, and they go on social media and post. It's literally what's happening. And the whole point is, His answer to it is to defund the Department of Education instead of actually educating. Again, what do we do with gun control? We don't take guns away, right? We educate. We teach people. This requires responsibility. You don't treat it lightly. You educate people. You teach them about it. You let them learn it. And suddenly, because of that education, they have a more mutual respect for the thing. We know this. We know this is why this happens. You don't take somebody's guns away. You regulate so that the evil people can't get them. Same thing with anything else that is going on. So the whole point is, if you're not regulating what your schools are teaching, where you're looking at the fact that these kids are not, this next generation never learns politics or even economics, at least teach them economics. Teach them economics, at least they might have a fighting chance to figure out this guy is crippling us financially. At least they might figure that out. But if you just don't do anything, you just teach them history, they want to repeat history. They're like, oh wow, these battles and World War II and these words and these statues and these things. Just like Trump wanting to be in the history books and wanting to be like, it's just glory. These idiots or they have no idea how bad it actually was. We're just talking, it's just famous, that's all. So that's how they look at it. You need to educate better. And the teachers need the ability to be like, no, this is wrong. You don't, they need to be able to do that. And they're quite frankly told not to do that. The politics is not played into it. You have to teach right and wrong. And I don't care what that parent says when your kid goes home. I don't care. Literally don't care. You have a right to teach them facts about politics. Doesn't matter what the parent wants to say when they go home. That's called differences of opinion. They can have that. If they want to fight you on that, they need the education too. The whole point is you don't pick a politician, you don't pick a party, you don't pick right and wrong based on the same determination you'd use to pick a sports team. Just whoever your parents voted for and shit like that, that's just, That's what's happening. So I want to get over this thing. Whatever it is that people can't listen to somebody because they have a vocabulary that's full of swear words or something like that. I'd love to change that. Because you can learn something from anybody. It doesn't matter how they perceive to be, if they perceive to be rude or whatever. That's just an opinion. Again, free speech. Words can't harm you. It's supposed to be funny. I remember a time where comedians, people would just watch a comedian just because he swore a lot. I remember that. So, you can't, again, it's just the way the person's just filling those voids with, like a word that they are throwing in there. And you can't deduce the fact and merit based on what they're saying, based on rudeness and just, again, that has to do with more with, again, what those words individually mean. They don't mean anything unless you take them that way. So just remind yourselves of how to look at things like that intelligently. If somebody is in front of you and stuff like that, and escalating and stuff. I mean, like, there's a difference between dealing with an irate person in real life and just seeing somebody that's going through something, or trying to passionately talk about something and might be swearing or whatever over the internet. Okay. This shouldn't be something I even have to explain. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, you can't, if you can turn it off, you can't be offended. Like, again, there's no offense. Nobody actually, an offense. So let's actually do this, since people don't do this anymore. To take offense, okay? And again, the word offense. A breach of law or rule, an act that is illegal or unlawful. Annoyance or resentment brought about by a perceived insult or disregard for oneself or one's standards or principles. Okay, so to take offense. Okay. Again, you can't be offended. A breach of law or rule or act that is illegal. If you can turn something off, how has this affected you in an offensible way? Again, like, I would agree that annoyance or resentment brought about by a perceived or disregard for oneself or one's standards, the whole point is that, again, the unless you are personally, you know what I mean, like I'm calling you out or something like that, like name or something. The whole point that you could turn it off. Like, if you're watching something and somebody's like swearing or something, like you came across it or something, you can just swipe right past that, or turn it off, or the whole point is, if you disagree, you don't have to look at this like somebody harmed you or offended you. You just happened upon this and they were doing something you didn't like. Okay? That's what you have to realize. And so the more you, like, literally, the same could be said about comedians and all kinds of stuff, where somebody just watches something and they know kind of how it's going to be, or maybe they don't. But either way, you watch something, if you're not a kid and you're actually an adult, well, you watch that thing, and so the whole point is that, like, adults, you need to be able to, as an adult, hear something and ignore it and move on with yourself. You can't let that, what somebody else does, regularly impact you. Otherwise, you have a different problem. People growing up, going through development, different. Keep them from that. Like, it's your duty to keep them off those things where they could hear that or something like that, until a certain point where they've gotten over this and it's not going to affect how they would emotionally respond. So that way these people don't have these issues when, that's kind of the point. A lot of folks, you can clearly tell when they went through the development process, the internet and all this stuff did what it did. And offended these people and harassed, like, essentially, we're talking about people that went on social media and probably embarrassed people and stuff like that. So now it's endless anxiety over that, but the whole point is, it's more like they're already watching, Like they came in and heard it, and because they have this problem already, now they're directing it at you because you know what I mean? It sounds like something they dealt with before, but really it's something totally different. It is, again, somebody just expressing how they're being harassed, like maybe I'm being harassed or something like that, and I'm speaking my mind about it and passionate about it and want to swear and stuff. I'm exercising my free speech, not doing anything wrong. You just happened upon that stream, and again, you have this issue where maybe these things happen to you, but now you happen upon my stream and you're offended. No, we're in the same boat. Something happened to both. You're offended and you're taking that out of me. You have to ignore that. The offense didn't come from me. The offense came from before this thought you had that intruded your thoughts. It's not me or the stream you're angry at. It's the thing that caused it. And it, again, doesn't mean go attack that thing either. But again, be aware of it so that you can prevent it. Make sense? And yeah, I do think that as a generalization, the internet, people that spend time on the internet have emotional distress. They spend too much time on the internet. Yes. So they just act like they're offended to things and stuff like that. Really, they didn't take any offense. It's just they're on it too much. Just like I talked to you about music that's inherently depressing, talks about those subjects. If it's affecting you, stop listening to it. I'm not saying that the artist is to blame. What I'm saying is you're affected by it. Whereas somebody could look at that as an uplifting thing of how to get over it, it's affecting you negatively. So stop and move away from it. Make sense? And I'm not saying you have to completely, but until, essentially it would be a point of reflection where you could see, okay, I could use this motivatingly instead of negatively, where it's, just like anybody can blame the artist, just the clothing classically with Ozzy, where everybody, like that whole ridiculous thing that happened way back. The whole point is you can blame it on anything you want, but the person didn't do it for that. That's not that again, intent. The person intended to create the song to tell you not to. The whole point is, the whole point of Thanos and a bad guy in a movie is that is the character you don't follow. Thanos wasn't right. He's the example of what you don't do. You don't trade lies. And I would even use another. I love those movies because they felt so real with the character development. I'll even use another thing from that franchise. If you remember, even the character, considering the events of what happened, you think about the snap that happened in that story arc. So the whole point is now things are different, where you have a character like Hawkeye that was like the most good-hearted of all of them for the most part. Like this guy, he's holding it together. Well, they're all breaking and tearing apart. He's holding it together. And yet, conveniently, and in part 2, right, it starts off with him as Ronin. And he is complete polar opposite of everything that he was now in reflection of what happened. Because this very terrible thing happened to this guy, and he's lost his faith in humanity. He is just done. He is going to do it his own way now. He doesn't care about checks and balances. Somebody evil is going to pay now. And that's the reality, is that you have to realize it's wrong. He's choosing the wrong path. It's very dark. and so the whole point is he's affected by this terrible thing where nobody was able to do anything about it. So you see how, like, again, this guy is a good, amazing character. He always did good and stuff like that, but now not necessarily a hero type where, you know, just kind of annihilating entire gangs and stuff like that instead of, you know, bringing them in and whatnot, you know, what a hero would actually do. So that's a perfect example where some people would justify that. Some people would be like, oh, they're terrible people. And that's the wrong choice. The wrong choice, the whole point is what's right and wrong. Due process. You don't get to choose. Your biased opinion of what they did does not get you to choose and make the decision what happens to those people. Trial, due process, bring him in. He's just deciding. That's the point. And remember, the point is, this guy was just the best, you know, like everybody believed, and he would never do this normally. But the point is, after that, the world's different, a completely polar opposite. The bad guy won, sort of like now. So what's happening? Anyway, there's my little analogy for you, and again, I want to remind you to do this. You know, if you're taking offense to things that you come across on the internet, simply move on. You can choose. You're picking and choosing. You're lingering there. I'm offended. You know, like you're choosing to be there that long. If you really heard the swear words and you really were offended, you would have gotten out of there so quick. You would have tried not to watch it. You wouldn't have come back the next day to report the next one and be there to listen to it. You know, that's what they're doing. The whole point is they're there to be offended. They're just doing it on purpose. So don't contribute to that. And then likewise, I think this is what's happening to some of these channels that would support the other side, where they see it as woke or something like that, and I would agree. Like, you can't do that. You have to let them have their platform. You know, again, you can say whatever you want and have your platform, but you can't meddle, and you can't like, you have to let them have their platform and have the, well, you know, because that's their right to say those things, even if it's wrong. Now, I've stood on here and supported Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's right to freedom of speech, just as any of you would have a right to freedom of speech too. I support that. So the whole point is, it goes both ways. You know, and you as whatever group you align with, you know, Antifa or whatever it is, I think it shouldn't label yourself, but whatever it is, don't do this to people. It's not helping. You're just initially creating a divide where you're rejecting them. You're offended because, oh man, it seems like you're offended that they would actually support the guy, and it's like, why would you? So it's what they choose to, you know, like their personal opinions offend you, you know. So realize that that's absurd. I'm gonna get off here though. That's about it. We're good. I gotta get going. So I appreciate you guys for watching and trying to give me the views, even though we see what's happening. I appreciate the guy. You know, you guys are trying to help. I see it. I appreciate it. But you know, they're very clearly removing it. I mean, you see, we have all these thousands of viewers. You see the view count. So, you know, and you know, likes. You know, the likes are at you know, 294. You know, it's like okay, yeah, there's totally more likes than views on the stream. That makes sense. So anyway, there you go. Just wanted to, you know, show you that, talk about that there at the end, and you guys my take. I appreciate the support. Thanks to Chris, who's always here to support the streams. I appreciate you, man. We had some folks in chat already. I appreciate you, and anything positive. Let's see something here. Interesting. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Like I said, thank you, and I'm gonna get going. But that's what's going on with Venezuela. And are you just getting here? Sorry, I gotta go. It's almost it's like it's almost a 5-hour stream. So you'll have a stream here, but it's time. We talked about Venezuela, and again, it shouldn't be happening. Trump's randomly blowing up ships, and that's the real reason. So thank you, everybody. We're getting off here. Gotta get going. Appreciate all of you. And then the stream here. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And look at the view count as I end the stream. Take a look at that. Okay, just take a look. Okay, that's why I just wanted you guys to see that. See ya. Take care. Thanks for coming in at the end. Even if you came in at the end, I appreciate it. Thank you.